All right, hello and welcome. We're going to keep the intro nice and short and sweet. So I'll tell you guys about the stupid thing I did yesterday. So we're sitting here playing Outer Worlds, right? And we're getting like halfway through the stream. And I'm like, oh, I'm getting a little bit hungry. So I got this big ass bag of flaming hot Cheetos fries. I'm like, oh, let's start snacking on those a little bit. So by the time I got to the end of the stream, I probably had, and this is not a small bag. This is like it's a family size bag. It's like an 8 and it's like basically a 9-ounce bag. So it's a big bag. So I get to the end of the stream and I've basically eaten like the entire bag. And then instead of being able to go to sleep, I proceed to have like the worst heartburn you can possibly imagine for like a good solid 4 hours. It was horrible. It was the worst decision ever. So I'm like, I pop like 3 antacids. I'm like open a gallon of milk and I'm like drinking glass after glass of milk. I'm like, oh my God, this is horrible. So that's how my day went after stream yesterday. That was an experience. But yeah, we're kind of in a good spot with Outer Worlds 2. I think tonight we probably, as long as we don't get a lot of other branches in the tree, I think we'll probably be able to wrap it up tonight. I'm going to try to get the best ending that I can get. So we enlisted Auntie's Choice. We still have to do the stuff to bring the order on board, but we were able to negotiate an alliance between the two of them. We had just picked up the quest to go get Auntie's Choice a body, which we're going to go do that like as soon as we launch the game. I'm actually really happy with this PC that I built. So obviously we had some tech issues with the old PC. I think we had some grounding issues with that motherboard, but like we're getting a new motherboard, new CPU, and most of that seems to have cleared up most of the problems that we had. I think we had like maybe 300 frames total out of yesterday's stream drop out of the entire stream, which it's the first time I've been able to get a VOD out in a couple weeks that did not get chopped into multiple pieces. So that was good. I was really pleased with that. So I do appreciate everybody coming out for the Halloween stream. It was kind of thrown together last minute. Like I do have that form as like a effect that I can do as a redeem, but I don't think I have it turned on right now. But I had to go through like a whole verification process for Kick. I had to do that before stream. I did see that they have like emotes and that kind of stuff out there. I'll probably like expand some more of the community stuff out to these other platforms, because obviously I've mainlined Twitch for like 2 years and I'm just now getting into more of the multi-streaming portion of it. So we'll continue to branch out. I am traveling for the next like week or two is for work, so I don't know how that's going to affect stream. If I can't get live content out, I may do some let's plays and go directly to YouTube with it. We'll see. But I know where I'm going, the internet is not going to be super great, but if it's decent, I can probably get away with streaming at 720p. But we'll kind of cross that bridge when we get there, because if I remember correctly, I think it's like 10 down, 10 up where I'm going, so it's not a lot of bandwidth, but we'll make it work. I think the other thing I'm gonna do today, I did notice, like, so I always watch my VODs back, like after every stream. I look for like inconsistencies in the audio. Is there things that I can improve with the audio levels? Is like one source louder than another source, and how is that working? I think what I'm going to do, I don't know if I have one on here already. Oh, I do have a compressor on the game audio. Okay, well maybe that... It should work. Because what I try to do is not have one source be louder than another, but I think the game audio was a little bit loud yesterday, so I might run it at like maybe 90% today. That would be my only thing I would change. But besides that, we're going to go ahead and get the game fired up here. So let's switch over here real quick. I'm sure it's going to want to compile shaders, but it should like rip and roar right through it. But I'm thinking maybe we've got maybe 4 to 5 hours left of the game, but I don't know for sure. I was trying to like more expand out into the maps and see what we might have missed. Because like the main things I was trying to look for is like A, Easter eggs, B, like quest givers or side quests that we might have missed initially.
When the lab coats say these rifts could destroy the entire galaxy, that doesn't include the main menu, right? Geography ain't my strong suit.
We've been kind of careful not to bring certain companions with us when we're doing some of these negotiations, because some of these people are very highly opinionated. So when I can, I'll just bring the robot. But there is that audio glitch with the robot when it spawns in that, for whatever reason,
we took what nature
it is very loud.
assembled and vastly rebettered it through artificial means. At Auntie's Choice, we strive to be 110%.
You know, I think what I'll do, I'll rebalance in game so we don't have. I just want to come down on the effects volume a little bit. The music's fine, the voice is fine. Everything else is fine.
Only plus artificial. Artificiality is our guiding principle. Enjoy an artificial.
You know, I don't know, did we ever take a look at the vendors and stuff in here? Do these change? They've got rockets now. I want to keep picking up like mag picks, bypass shunts, a lot of that kind of stuff. The only downside, like, so from like I want to go back and clip that when I, because there was a guy stuck in the room, and they're like, oh, we got to decide if we're gonna let this guy out or not let him out. And putting that landmine in front of the door and then opening the door for him, that was awesome. I didn't know, because sometimes in games, like when you help somebody, it'll put them as like a friendly NPC status, and it will set it so that they won't set off a landmine, but they didn't do that. Like, I think any NPC will set off a landmine, which opens up. You know what? There looks like there's like weird screen tearing. Okay, that's not ideal. Because I was trying to get... No. I wanted VSync.
Agent program. As an Ida, you will live the life of an evocative allegory and thrill-seeking adventurist.
I'm almost
And help
thinking
bring
that
anti-clear-
might be a visual bug with DLSS, maybe? Let's see. Let's see how it does with that.
New conglomerate Auntie's Choice to Arcadia. Auntie's Choice delivers the unimaginable.
That is definitely
every day.
not as bad.
So, as our Ida, you may envisage equitable profits, beneficent scheduling, and the best healthcare your bits can buy. Plus, as part of Auntie's family, your purchases drive our perpetual growth and fund the unparalleled.
All right, so we are going back to the ship.
That bring the best.
See, this is kind of one of those things I don't know if this is going to come back to bite us in the ass, because like giving somebody that narcissistic a mech suit doesn't really seem like the greatest idea in the world, but we're just going to do it. It still has that weird screen tearing. What is doing that? Apologies for like the fiddling. I'm like very much trying to make this look decent. That should be fine, I think. I just wish it would let you automatically put on VSync. I mean, I guess I could enforce it in the... Could enforce it manually. Yeah, it might clear up once we get to a planet. Games like this like just make me think about like how much they fumbled Starfield. Like that game had so much potential, but they just fumbled it so hardcore. Okay, we are just gonna take the robot. See, for like missions like this, if I would have had Inez, which is the one that we didn't get, that would have been the one to have. Because she's Auntie's choice. Okay, can we just warp? Because I'm pretty sure where we gotta go is right there. Alright, we're gonna try to... I don't think we really need to sneak in here, because I'm pretty sure we took everybody out the last time we were in here. We'll do like a quick sweep, make sure there's no terminals or anything that we need to access. I mean, there's a key card. There's a pulse hammer. We don't need that. Okay, that's really getting annoying. Let's see how that does. That is much better. Alright, I'm looking for enemies. I don't see any enemy signatures. Looks like it might be in this room. I don't like the sounds that are coming out of there. Yeah, that did not seem to help either. If we start dropping frames, I'll start turning some of the finagling back on, but for right now, we're just going to go with this. So there's no enemies in here. None of this stuff is lootable. Well, that was...
Spies from Anti-Cleo! Seize them!
What was...
Is it just the two guys? They're all protectorate anyway, so it don't really matter. Okay. We just gotta sneak out of this building so we can fast travel. I think we're good. We have to return to the undisputed claim with the mechanical body. I'm not going to ask Niles what he thinks. He always has some sort of toxic opinion on everything. Okay. Same deal. We're just going to take the robot. My one miss was not getting Inez. I should have been a little bit more thorough on the first planet. It would be interesting to see like how many potential endings there are in this game, because there's so many different ways that this stuff can unfold, like depending on who you befriend and who you make enemies of and where your reputation is sitting.
As your peerless leader known for her unparalleled business acumen, soon I'll be able to... You're back! Finally! Finally! Do you have it? Did you bring it here?
Prototype mech body as requested.
Splendid. Oh, splendid! We'll ensure your reward matches the ample amount of faith I've placed in you. Nay, exceeds it. No additional hidden clauses. Honest. Oh, let me see it. Yes, indeed. Oh, let me look at you, gorgeous. If you'll all just excuse me a moment as I slip into something more formidable.
I mean, it's not a combat suit, so it should be fine.
There you are. Congratulations. Now your body's almost as intimidating as your mind. You've narrowed the gap quite a bit.
Oh, Auntie, you look amazing. Absolutely everyone will want a new mech body after watching you strut the walk.
What about you? What do you think? Any first impressions you'd like to share?
Protracted screaming and abject terror.
Wonderful! Exactly the effect I was hoping for. What's more, it's an undeniable confirmation that the Archive-derived strategic plan can be reliably executed and produces incredible results. With their predictive abilities refining our planning and execution, our market dominance is a foregone conclusion. Yes, so much to do, and we have you to thank for making it happen. I am quite looking forward to you working for me further.
Okay, so that completes most of their stuff. Can I, like, is there anything I can do in here? What is this? Flip kill switch. Warning, life support functions will cease. Oh, so I probably could have killed her outright. That probably would have been bad. Okay, so let's check our quest log and see. It says talk Auntie's Choice or the Order and help me take the archive. I think we did that. What we're trying to do next is capture Spyreton. We gotta go down to the first floor, I think.
Give it to you straight in my quarterly underperformance review. First up,
Okay, now let's see. We gotta go to. Where is Spyreton? It'll tell me on the ship.
Easons.
I think it's Cloister. Yeah, it's on Cloister. See, I thought there'd be like something interactable on the ship to like maybe upgrade the ship for some reason, or like maybe people you could wake up out of the Not really a whole lot going on the ship. What do we got for pet options?
Spectrum antibiotics and convenient injection packaging.
Nothing crazy. Alright, so we're going to Cloister to capture Spyreton. And I think we can just walk right in. I don't think we're going to face really any opposition. Coordinate with allies. Optional. What is that supposed to mean?
You're the one responsible for us working with these short-sighted consumerists, hmm? Well, better additional than subtractional, I surmise. It is time, yes, that we commit our forces to your intended assault on Spyreton?
Wait until I disable the turrets.
Ooh, a change in plan. An unanticipated, strategic refinement. We shall await the signal, but should the situation deteriorate, we will intercede. Our scheduled reinforcements should be here in no time.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I got this, boys.
Help you?
Oh, why are they shooting at me? Damn it. Where the hell did they come from? Wait a minute. Let me look at this. So we are in the right place. I'm like going up there expecting nobody to come up behind me. I'm not even gonna talk to those people. I'm just gonna go in there. So we need to watch out for friendly fire because apparently they're coming up the rear. For whatever reason.
Help you?
Can I override their turrets?
Fortifying. Dispensing life-preserving medicine.
Yeah, they're coming up the rear behind me. Okay, well, I gotta be careful of friendly fire, apparently.
My weapon better not cool off before I... Target relocated.
Yeah, they're all coming up here.
conclusion. Spireton has been liberated.
Re-enable the lift for your allies. Optional. Well, let's take a look around. We got no more enemies. We got some time. Main thing I'm looking for like the ability to override turrets. I'm looking for well, apparently there's a lift. Where does that go? Could we have snuck in here? Oh, I could have just hacked the door. Well, that would have been one way to get in. Alright, I want to do a sweep of all the buildings on the main level, and then I really would like to process this rift data. Oh, so theoretically I could have just disabled the turrets without having to open fire. Little Roar. Mini rockets, 1200 damage. Mods, Roar. Bandolier uniform. Can I access this building? No, it doesn't look like it's accessible. The thing that kind of gives it away is they mark the entrances. Okay, so what is the optional things that they've got marked on here? They've got unlock the lift to Spireton from inside the entrance of the archive to bring in your reinforcements. I think we are going to want to bring in reinforcements. The door is barred shut.
As predicted, Spireton is ours. Above average work. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have numerous calculations to think about.
Okay, so maybe the lift has to be unlocked from the top? Because, yeah, there's nothing on our thing showing that we need to go in here at all. Everything is showing up top.
Ah, we see you didn't even require us. Our arrival was scheduled for the optimum moment. Apparently we're meant to hold fire.
Alright, so we'll go down. We gotta go up to... You know what? Can I just warp up there? I've been up there before. So we'll open the rift, jump across the bridge, get inside the archive, probably run our equations, and then allow them to come up the lift.
I would query if your day has been positive, of course. Though, unfortunately, because rebuilding this chantry... Of course.
What is they got? Frost grenade, plasma grenade. Apparently I didn't know either one of those recipes, so that's good. Plasma cutter. I want to see what's going on in, like, every one of these buildings. Heavy machine gun.
Well, an auspicious and analytically advantageous day to you. Why, are you here to decipher some new law of mathematics or to help the seer unveil the plan? Or honestly, now, in the before times, the sharp... nevertheless...
Okay, so far nothing of any import.
There's little you could tell me I couldn't also tell you.
And nothing in there. Unified Depot.
Sure. Well, I can't. Would you like to see my ware? Few things, but...
You got anything good? Antimatter plasma sniper. I mean, that might be good. 500 is a lot of damage. I want this decryption key, though. I don't know. I'll buy it. Why not? Is there a hidden anything in there? Nope. Okay, so we went to the bar. We did not go in here. Yeah, that gets me up to the ceiling, but there's no reason to be up there. Keep hitting the wrong button. I don't know if it's actually changing anything when I'm flipping those sliders. Because if I go back into the settings... Okay, it is on. What is going on here? That door is sealed. It's got a cord running up over here somewhere. So what is going on with that? I'm thinking there's a reason I would want to get on the roof. You see the cobblings of what looks like some sort of makeshift explosive device. It's maybe the only way for the Glorious Dawn to get inside some of these sealed doors. Oops.
Well, we have visitors. At first, we thought they were converts to the Order, newly initiated into the
So it's the jail, but there's nothing in here really.
apparently mistook us for believers of their zealous delusion. They are nonsensically worshippers of the rifts. The literal, actual rifts. Supposedly, through the rifts, we transcend this mortal coil and are united in an ethereal utopia, instead of the more likely experience of having one's atoms ripped apart. Still, despite
Okay,
their
well,
peculiar
that's all
notions
that.
and rituals, we did not consider this to be disqualifying of our good grace and hospitality. Until they tossed Johansson into the rift. And while I cannot say for certain what happens when you pass through a rift, those of us who remain have no intention of finding out.
The only thing I'm not sure is, like, obviously this thing has some sort of cooldown timer, because, like, eventually these pieces go away, but... I don't know what the duration on it is. What is up here? Is there... Yeah, you know what I think would have been cool? Like, to having as an optional companion is like a... Instead of this Valerie robot, like a... reprogrammed automech. Like a full-size automech. Okay, this is where I don't know exactly what we need to do. Because getting reinforcements would be cool and all, but I don't know if we need them or not. Okay, here we go. We're going into combat. Maybe?
Is a fellow subject lacking the appropriate zeal for their assigned work? Report them for mental refreshment post-haste. It's not
I don't see anybody in here. There's like nothing.
Please observe that the archive entry is heavily defended. Consider an alternate means of access to avoid direct protectorate engagement.
Refreshment centers are there to help you. Don't risk falling prey to imperfect thoughts. Go now.
Stealth is one valid course of action. Seeking and acquiring combat reinforcement is a more optimal course of action.
Can we signal our allies and reinforcements?
You are the raw material for perfection. From the lowliest subject to the most exalted vigilant.
The optimal...
Fulfill our duty to the protectorate. We're all...
Okay, so they're really wanting me to call reinforcements. So we want the one with the plus signal.
Prudence dictates we cherish all we have and defend it.
Assessor Ostergaard making a mess of things again.
Health benefits available at your request.
You guys are in my way.
Preserve said progress.
The door is barred shut. Well, that's a problem.
Grey gone astray.
Has anybody got a key?
Stay today. Are you mentally refreshed?
You know, I'm going to push the frame rate a little higher beyond 60 and see if it fixes the tearing.
Remember, all subjects prosper under the guidance of our beneficent ruler.
That seems better-ish.
The console
Yeah, it's definitely not tearing as much.
The system abides. Prudence dictates.
All right, well, I guess we're going inside because we literally cannot go any other direction. Knock, knock.
Is a fellow subject lacking the appropriate?
Confronting threat.
Non-friendly life form detected.
I wonder if there's an achievement for taking this facility without calling for reinforcements, though.
Walk on over there, huh? Don't like the sound of that at all.
Sequencing attack strategies.
That sounds like a grenade. God damn, he lobbed that thing like a pro.
They envy our prosperity.
Providing aid.
You know what? Let's do a quick sweep before we call them up. I want to go through this other facility and do a sweep. That's sealed. Can't go that way. We can go this way, though. Where does this go? It dumps into a cave.
Day 35. Brought to you by the frigid cold and voracious wildlife. Starring... Oh.
Who are you?
Not sure how you managed to approach unnoticed. Could be I'd grown so attuned to my surroundings. I became one with the wood and fire and the earth.
What is that thing on your head?
By your unit too. Are you in need of some hard-fought knowledge about how to fend for yourself? Must say, I've become quite the expert. Why, after only just 2 weeks on my own, I ascertained how to pry open a rations tin unaided. Did you know there's a little opener key attached? It's all going in my manuscript. Why? Just the other day, I reinvent. Yes, indeed. I know this cake. That big computronic adding machine? Nah. All that electromechanical malark. You might call in reinforcements if the Spyreton lift controls were working. I happen to have its missing components in my possession. I might be convinced to part with them. I'm fixing to take down one of the local ursopods. A few sprat corpses would be helpful as bait. Gather some, and we'll make a trade. See, here, have at it now.
Okay.
All about self-sufficiency and survival yet.
He's got the pieces that we need, and I'm just gonna pickpocket him off him.
Hoyt. Name's Hoyt, right? I've noted some right sophisticated interactions among the Crabbles lately. Intricate courtship rituals, coordinated group
Pickpocketing is a good skill on this game too, because you can just bypass a lot of this stuff.
I kept making excuses to sneak off and observe them. Product research, I said. Very hush-hush. Eventually gave my lieutenant a field promotion and ordered them all away. Been living off the land here like the Crabbles ever since. Their unfertilized roe actually makes for some good eating. Included some with this message. Eat up.
Refuse conventional machinery safety standards and start messing around. Investigate the removed component further. What is this gun that's just chilling? Heavy marksman rifle.
Both our forces and antis await your command to proceed. Executing primary operation, now!
I better run up there and make sure they don't get completely wrecked. I think we're okay.
Is a fellow subject lacking the appropriate zeal for their assigned work?
Oh, they got over here fast.
It's not just a good idea, it's the law.
Okay, let's see. We got some junk. More junk. Can we get into the archive by like going around in an alternate way?
Engaging Aesthetics Appreciation Protocol. Ooh. Ah. What a visually
Calcaduceus,
pleasing
not
facility
detected.
and
Entry
or
kindly,
outdoor
yet firmly
space.
declined.
What was in those rations?
What is that? I want it. Well, he's having a bad day.
Oh, will this gastric nightmare never cease? Oh. Forgive me.
A diet with more fiber may reduce your rate of excretion.
So do I need assistance from someone with substandard? I am the Archive's current operator. As such, I am the bearer. I still have trouble saying that. Sir, if you have, I would pass the Calcaduceus on to you in exchange for granting me safe passage. The Archive would then recognize you as its operator.
I'll just take it off your body.
I am obliged to...
Alert. Hostile.
Search disorder.
I don't know what that does. He's like, do you want to negotiate with these people? Not really. That looks kind of cool. Well, it looks like there's only one way to get in there, and it's this one.
Calcaduceus detected. Alternative operator postulated. Concluded. Organizing replacement. Greetings, sentient. Welcome to the Archive. I am EUENIAC, the Universal Equation Numeric Integration Analytic Calculator. With the aid of my operator, I, a non-sentient inorganism, marshal vast computational resources across the moon of Cloister.
So you're the Archive, its voice at least?
That, I fear, would be a misleading choice of words, as it implies a form of sentience or cognition. Applied statistics might be functionally more apt. My express programmatical purpose is to aid humanity's advancement to optimize profits, i.e. gain over expenditure, to maximize the needs of our society above others, to attract the most consumers.
It would appear the Archive is experiencing an error.
Beg your pardon. How may I best facilitate your efforts? Perusing contents. Anatomizing diversiform particulars.
That must have been like because we granted
Cursory
Anti's
assessment
choice
complete. An
access.
impressive accumulation of rift data. Similar in composition, though decidedly not in scope, to that provided by the Protectorate. Information with the potential to offer unique commercial opportunities to those who wield it. But why simply huck goods better, when such a bounty could be used to flawlessly regulate societal harmony, oversight, and means of production? What is the aim of your query?
The Protectorate input similar data before how long ago? I need the same results.
The previous operator, Assessor Ostergaard of the Protectorate, pursued a like query 1 year, 6 days ago, though the amount you've provided is several orders of magnitude larger. To perform similar calculations of larger scale at current suboptimal levels of functionality would require
25.7 years, and any job over 2 decades is billed by the hour.
Jesus.
Calculatory processing presently hovers around 49.7% capacity due to internecine conflict, misuse, and a lack of technical prowess by recent operators and their associates. In order to improve calculatory processing of rift data in a timely manner, repairs must be made to address the damage done by Protectorate and Anti's choice operators.
Now just tell me what we gotta do.
I am unlocking access to the Underlands, the subterranean cave network below. It houses 2 key external systems, cold storage and thermal transfer. Cold storage will require servicing before you may retrieve the punch cards needed for processing. Repairing thermal transfer is technically optional, but rather advised. If you fail to restore it, the Archive and I may melt down later while running your calculations. Why is that optional? Our continued existence should be a paramount concern.
Okay, so we gotta do the thermal thing.
When active, the Archive generates an enormous amount of heat. Normally, it is dispersed by pumping water between the vast ocean below Cloister's exterior and a surface reservoir. I can process the rift data without its repair, but irreparable damage is likely. Yet, with thermal transfer presently idle, a contingent of Krabbles have made the area a nursery. Drastic changes to heating levels may endanger it. Who cares about a herd of pea-brained, ill-humored, oversized crustaceans? There are too many as it is.
Order would strongly be against damaging the Archive, incidentally or intentionally.
Guessing cold storage is a large walk-in refrigerator. Can you turn all turrets to fire on protectorate forces nearby?
Inverting targeting protocols. There. Any protectorate still on the ground level is now being fired upon. Permissions within other areas of the archive are locked, however. It is difficult to accurately ascribe an exact causal breakdown between premeditated sabotage, some categorical attempts by non-order operators to reprogram. It is an archival area dedicated to safe upkeep of all data collected, in the sum total of all our return.
The profit.
So, did that open all these or just one of them? All right, so there's two. Thermal transfer. I definitely want to fix thermal transfer. Archive support wings unlocked. Archive support wings unlocked. So it's not that. Are these external facilities? Like, do I need to go?
Odds of success decrease exponentially the longer you stand.
Okay, well. I'm debating on if they did say these facilities are external. So I don't know if we have to do these from the outside or not. What I'm looking for is where do we need to go? That's the cold storage. Well, I don't know what this one is over here. I think we're gonna go there. I don't know what that is. We're gonna find out. Because I really want to fix the thermal problem.
Field work without data collection is an idle time pass.
I'm guessing it's that big ass red thing on top of the hill. How to get up there is a whole nother set of problems. Let's see if we can ascertain a path. It's either gonna wrap around. What am I hearing? I think we're going the right way. Unless that other point is like way off the beaten path. But I don't see... We're going to try to go left as soon as we can go left.
Standing by with life support.
What the hell is this? All that for basically nothing. Okay.
So, you folk just drop into a war zone, find an empty building, and set up shop? Isn't that dangerous?
Come in.
Yeah, pretty
Let
much.
me know if
And
anything
yes,
catches your
very.
eye.
But the profits are worth it.
Let me know if you're looking for anything in particular.
Respirator. Shock assault rifle. Silenced sniper rifle. I mean, they got some decent stuff, not anything crazy. You think they're gonna get mad if I pop that lock? What is... It's just the contents of their shop. We'll break into here. Ooh, there's something hidden. This is anticlimactic. Well, so far, we have not been able to locate a path up top. That's a landmine.
Engaging combat protocols.
Too much.
I don't know. There's got to be some. I mean, I guess if I didn't have the ability
Enthusiastically neutralizing unfriendlies.
to walk over landmines, it might be a problem. I don't think we can Skyrim shuffle up the mountain. Otherwise, I would do that. It does look like... no. Nope, that ain't gonna happen. No, there ain't no way. It was wishful thinking. I'm looking for either a slope that is... I'm thinking it's over here, because I don't know... where else it could possibly be. I mean, the other thing I would think maybe it could be would be like a rift, potentially. So where are we? Yeah, because the two facilities I need to get to are on top of this mountain. And there does not appear to be... Well, what's this tower? Is there a ladder? Because even if I cheese it, there's like not a legitimate way I could get up there unless I took off the limit of how many jumps I could do. Okay, that might be a hint. Because like the things I'm looking for is either some sort of turret. Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't seem like it's the right way either. You would think maybe it would just be a door or something. Oh, come on. This is not what you're supposed to do. I'm about 95% sure.
Please seek treatment for bodily trauma.
Jesus, that was not good. Alright. We're resorting to a different method. Although we could die to falling very easily by doing this. Okay, so what I need to do is make it so we don't have fall damage. That's all we can do. The only thing is if we load the game, it's going to crash. 100%. How the hell would you even get up here? What is going on here? So there's a gun in here. It's just a plasma pistol. There's nothing special about it. They designed the cooling silos. We're gonna get into every single one of these doors and see what we can do. Ooh, we got hatches.
We in the Order love to speak of a grand plan, of ordered complexity, where all things have a reason for existing, a purpose to fill. But what purpose is served by hundreds dying senselessly in the cold?
Oh, here's an elevator. So where the hell does this elevator
The
go?
more convinced I become of the universe's dispassionate variability. We must reconcile with this reality. And if we cannot, then
Cloister Underlands. Maybe that was our mistake. Maybe we need to go down to the Underlands. That door is sealed. Okay, I think I know what is going on. So I'm guessing. Okay, we had a crash. That does not surprise me. Let me relaunch. Give it a second to do its cloud save thing. Because I'm guessing that area can only be accessed from one side. And we got in on the back side because we cheesed our way up the mountain, which it did not like. Which, surprisingly, the other stuff that was up there was nothing of really any import.
Honestly, Ruth Bassar could use my help too. She's all brains, but no branding.
Okay, so we should be going up the elevator to the top, or not. We haven't got on the elevator yet. The only reason I'm going up here is because I think you can't fast travel unless you're in a exterior area. So where are we? So there's a Sub Rosa smuggler. Process rift data. Spireton. Yeah, I think it's like an elevator inside of the archive. But what threw me off was it was like, oh, these facilities are exterior to the archive. And I was like, okay, well. Because there should be on the map, there should be a little plus for like the repairing the cold. And now it doesn't even show up on here. I'm thinking it's either those towers or something like that. I have no idea. We're gonna try to go to this under. So we should be on an elevator going down.
Subjects prosper under the guidance of our beneficent ruler, the Consul.
Is that where we need to go?
Consul provides the system abide. Prudence dictates we rout all disruptive influences.
I think we're good. We got more ammo than we could ever possibly use. Cloister Overlands. We do not want to go that way.
Refreshment post haste. It's not just a good idea, it's the law. Distracted? Daydreaming on the job? Mental refreshment centers are there to help you. Don't risk falling prey to imperfect thoughts. Go now.
Cloister Underlands. That's where we want to go. We are going to go restore thermal transfer. That is our first priority.
Hold fire! This one looks friendly. Watch yourself.
Oh, I wonder if we could have like taken the whole thing just by like taking everybody on the way in and out. Just like take them all out. Apparently I can't hit shit. What is that? I keep using this rookie gun because it gets levels.
Engaging satellite form.
No, don't go in there. Jesus, I almost had my robot blow itself up. That's why I don't use explosives typically.
Calcaduceus detected. You are clear to enter thermal transfer. Be advised that an Anti's Choice field manager is present and unaccountable.
Catch.
Confronting threat.
Don't go over that mine.
The status of these protectorate engineers is deceased.
Projected recovery. Unlikely.
An order device system using vacuum tubes to transport messages. A recent recipient listed as Hoyt. Send him a live grenade. I didn't need to get a hold of him because I already got what I needed from him, so whatever. Because that was the guy that had that funny hat that had the part that we needed to call reinforcements. No, there's nothing this way. Where I'm trying to get to is, see, there's something up there. Can I get up there? If I can find something to jump on, I can maybe get up there. No. There's definitely a door or something up there. Is there like a secondary pathway? I don't see a hatch or anything. No. Let's keep going. It'll loop around.
Entering a confrontational state.
God damn, that's a lot of Crabbles.
In disrepair. Maintenance tools required. Promoting teammate help.
I don't know, I aggroed something. What are you shooting at?
Sequencing attack strategies.
I thought there'd be more steps to recalibrating this. It's because I haven't been using my gadgets.
Enthusiastically neutralizing unfriendlies.
What the heck is going on in here? Water release valve?
Confronting threat.
Auxiliary pump, release valve status, systems power. Okay, so this is like the master control.
This mechanism requires a fuse to be activated. A search of the surrounding area is recommended.
That's one of the systems repaired. Repair auxiliary pump.
System repair. Activation still required.
Restore facility power. Oh, yeah, we had to go around to get to that before. Unless something changed. I don't think it did. Okay. I don't know what that beeping is about. No, it's not that one. Okay, now we're back at the terminal.
Thermal transfer is fully operational. Later, when I process your data, I will not melt down. Please proceed to cold storage to re-enable punch card retrieval.
Yeah, that was worth doing. Okay, so now we need to make our way kind of back the way we came. You know what? I can just jump down from over here. See, I think it's gonna be faster. What did that thing have on it? See, the way they worded that before, I thought when we enabled that, that whole place was going to heat up and kill all the Crabbles. So now we are on our way to cold storage.
Engaging hostile life form. Health benefits available at your request.
Mines. Oh no, crap ton of them too. Jesus.
Who are you kidding? If you...
I don't care what you threaten me with. Not only am I smart for taking these supplies, but I'm following Auntie's laws. When scarcity begins closing its fist...
Is the perfect time for aggressive capitalists. Buy cheap, hold long, and sell high, and you'll maximize your profits. Don't quote Auntie's laws of dystopian disruption to me. I'm the one who taught you those damn laws, and I hardly imagine she meant to apply them when it is literally a matter of our life or death.
Whoa, who are you? How'd you get past the landmines?
Damn it, Bob.
Why are you yelling at me?
You're only... Why would I be? Once I cram your...
Of course! I get...
Hey, we've
Commencing combat-related activities.
I didn't know what that conversation was about, but I already knew that he wasn't a companion, so I really didn't care. So, it's like, whatever. There's a rift in here? What does that do? I can't tell. Oh, I see it. Okay. What? So it puts some junk up top, it puts a crate over there. Okay, I'm kind of picking up what they're putting down. But how do you get up to it, though? That's the question, because... I guarantee you have to enable both of these rifts at the same time. I almost guarantee it. So if you go open rift, and then run. Activate. How exactly would you get up there? Oh, maybe. Oh, there's a freaking elevator. How does that work? Because there we go. How did we even get back here? I think that was just a bonus thing. This wasn't anything to do with our mission. Did we get anything cool out of it? Like, what did we pick up? Icebreaker. Shots with this weapon have a potent freeze effect. Little Roar, mini rockets. Rockets explode in a much larger radius. Damage scales with explosion skill. That might be kind of crazy good. I don't have a ton of rockets, though. Whew, it's a good thing I got an overshield. Okay, so here is where we have a problem because I need to know. So we go back across the bridge, back up to our point of origin, I think. See, we can't go straight from where we're at, so we got to go back this way. All right, and then from here, we go up and then loop back down. I don't know what that building is over there.
Watch yourself.
The thing that doesn't really communicate well is like the changes in elevation. What is that way? That is the way that we need to go. Because some of these outbuildings I kind of want to check and see what is going on with those, but... Are you hostile? Yes, you are. Yeah, because, like, that's where we need to go, but... What the hell is going on with this building? Jesus.
Standing by with life support. Maintaining your
engaging. Comrade.
What am I in combat with? gotta be a spider bot or something outside or something. No, I can't get to it. It's like just far. Okay, now I don't think we're in combat anymore. Apparently that was another mission that we just did on accident. Do we seriously have to take the elevator to go up a level? I don't think so. So that was that surface lift. Okay, let's go up here. We'll go check out this building on the right. Doesn't look like anything super important. Guard post.
Providing companionable silence.
This is where we're supposed to go. Is there like a way in? Like, what? I think what you gotta do, you come up here, you loop around. Yeah, I think this is the way.
This unit's capacity for engaging discourse has reached its constraints. Consider relying on your portable wireless to fill periods of awkward silence.
Okay, why are you guys...
I trust you'll pardon my brusque manner. Perhaps I don't have enough clean gauze and antibiotics to cover all of the frozen dead flesh that needs scraping off the still lip. What? Thank you for your help. Is there anything I can do for you?
What do you got? Nothing important. There's a lift. Laplace's garden.
Sequencing attack strategies. The guards have been dispatched. None can stand against the Earth Directorate.
To retrieve key data in cold storage in its present state requires a series of manual overrides. The first will enable identification of the storage brick housing.
These corpses appear to have suffered from more than mere exposure.
Must have been a blast of cold. I'm guessing this is gonna thaw them out though.
Data brick identified. Proceed to the cartridge extractor controls. There, perform a manual override to allow extraction.
What? What just happened? I didn't do... Wait! You out there! What in the name of... What did you do? You're what? Quite. Well, Master, I am extraordinarily busy, so please allow me to... What does it do? How does it work? Please, tell me truly? What? Oh, I've been working for a moment. Perhaps. How much do you know about cellular biology and the inverse hydrophilic transitionary replacement theory? Well, meaning, therefore, if I can remove let's start.
What? Activate fire suppression system. What'd you go outside for? You're stupid. She literally warped through the wall. Idiot. This was... I don't even know how long ago this was. I'm assuming it's after talking to her. Nope, she's already dead. This is like 2 minutes prior.
Surrender's fine. Enemy near. Statistical chance of violence increasing.
The guards have been dispatched. None can stand against the Earth Directorate.
Okay, so last
This unit
time...
is now at maximum efficiency. Current status: the Earth Directorate thanks you for your service in upgrading your Valerie unit. Reimbursement for parts and labor is not a never.
To retrieve key data in cold storage in its present state requires a series of manual overrides. The first will enable...
These corpses appear to have suffered from more than mere exposure.
Data brick identified. Proceed to the cartridge extractor controls. There, perform a manual override to allow extraction.
What? What just happened? I didn't do... Wait! You out there! What in the name of the matriarch? We've been trying... What did you do? And what does it do? How does it work? Please, truly? Oh, I've been working on a procedure to reverse the effects. For a moment, I believed your efforts to be my first sign of progress. I thought the machines whirring to life meant my efforts were... Perhaps. How much do you know about cell... Well, meaning that the chemicals from the fire suppression system have infiltrated their bodies, replacing their cytoplasm. Therefore, if I can remove those chemicals and replace them with an artificial cytoplasm, such as a heated alcohol, they will reanimate and return to normal. What do you... Indeed, that's quite the insight. I should return to my work. I'll summon the guards to escort you through the facility. Oh, right.
What? Oh, because she's going outside. I don't know where this is taking us. I don't even know if there's a reason why we would want to res them.
Fine.
chase.
I think there's one more.
The data brick has stalled. Unfortunate.
I don't even know what the heck we're supposed to be doing with these controls. If I activate the fire suppression system, it'll freeze them solid. That worked. You're in my way. I don't think those guys are going to thaw out anytime soon.
Data brick extraction initiated. Proceed to the rail operations platform to reposition brick for export. Note, Protectorate troops have become alerted.
Engaging
Unlimited spongers. Go through them if necessary.
Improving position.
Emergency controls ready. Engaging hostile life forms.
I think there's one more. What is going on in there? Is that... Because I see the little turret in there. Oh, that's where these guys were. I mean, theoretically, I could res for people, maybe, but like, what's the point? Like, they're Protectorate, so... That was like that other room, like, you could activate the fire suppression, or you could walk into the room, but there's literally no reason to do that, unless, maybe you can befriend the Protectorate somehow, I don't know. door opens on the other side. Okay, so what we gotta do is we gotta go down here.
Position. Not friendly.
So we need to get power to the conveyor.
Better take a gander. That's somebody.
Data brick now in position for export to the archive. Initialize the final transport command at the data gateway station nearby.
You are one step closer to flooding Arcadia with untold business opportunities.
Ascending is now possible. Falling is also possible.
Those guys are easy to take out. Okay, we're looking for any sort of interactable thing that we can cause some chaos.
The few days of laboring around our frozen fellows were difficult. It was, if I may cheekily say, cold, bleak, and biting. Yet, rather quickly, I found myself acclimating.
Okay, I think what I gotta do is go down here, jump across.
The now gelid autocontriver Haas. Given her always
That's sealed, can't go that way.
disposition is no frostier today than it was before the incident. And refreshingly, I can now finish my anecdotes without interruption. Frankly, her Hyperborean slumber makes her a better companion now than she ever was thawed. And I relish the thought of continuing our flourishing relationship in this new state.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way to revive their troops, so I don't think it matters.
There, the storage brick is on its way.
I wonder if there's some way for the machines you've accessed to help me in my research. Please excuse me while I explore the various possibilities.
She didn't really need to complete her work, so it didn't matter. I was like, I don't get what we leave her alive for. Okay, we go back to the map. We gotta go... Where exactly? I'm gonna cross this bridge because I want to see. There's two small buildings on the other
Capacity for
side.
engaging discourse has reached its constraints. Consider relying on your portable wireless to fill periods of awkward silence. Enthusiastically neutralizing unfriendlies.
Well, it didn't do anything for the turrets that already aggroed onto me. That works. So we're going back to the archive. Because what did we, out of that whole list, was there anything we didn't do? Return to the archive for further instructions. I'm guessing there's more steps.
Prudence dictates.
You are the raw material for perfection.
Okay.
Subject to the most exalted.
Welcome back, Cynthia.
All fulfill our duty.
What is in here? I suppose I should be like opening everything because I really need to get those cards is what I'm like really hurting for. That and the what do they call it? The mural that we're trying to build on the ship. It's a collectible thing. Mystery Rations audio cartridge.
Gone astray? Book a stay today. Are you mentally refreshed?
Remember, all subjects prosper under the guidance of
I'm guessing there's some sort of audio that if you play, it makes all the guys get sick or something like that.
Junior Seer Amaryllis awaits you inside.
What do you want?
Felicitations on securing the archive. Moving in the meantime, restoring the archive to full function. Punch processing and reactor control have hidden caches with useful items as well. Well argued. Simply use this phrase in the terminal on the archive's top floor. Enumerative exaltation. That will unseal the caches. Return.
The caches?
Cold storage is operational, and your efforts there are satisfactorily complete. I am unsealing access to the archive's upper levels. There, you will need to revitalize the reactor and disseminate the rift processing instructions.
Punch processing may require the services of an exterminator. Someone good, but willing to work cheap.
I have unlocked another display case in the central entranceway. The Tremor Cleaver, the first weapon designed with my aid, awaits you.
I hope that's good.
Consider choosing between the reactor or punch processing as our next destination.
$583. It's not super great. Repair the reactor, re-enable punch processing. I don't know if the order matters. Let's do another save, though. We're gonna have to do both, so I'd rather do punch processing first.
What are they doing down there? Are they after us next? No need to press.
Nope, that's not what I want. I want... said open this panel for these caches, but like where are they opening at? Maybe it's up here.
Data break of interest within retrieval range. Health benefits available at your request.
Can't go that way.
Engaging hostile items.
With punch card processing re-enabled.
What do I need to do?
This unit recommends utilizing the nearby platform-like object as the least injurious means of descent, provided said platform could be spurred into motion.
Oh, I can't unjam the door because the archive reactor is not... Frick. I don't get what we're supposed to be doing, to be honest. Do we ride the vertical lift? Yeah, I think we gotta go down.
Confronting threat.
Maybe? Whoa, okay. That escalated quickly. Well, how the heck are you supposed to go through that? Like, is there a spot you can get off of this? Oh, I see.
Warning. This unit has numerous access to live and or live in the vicinity.
So the only bad thing was
I sense the Rift program flowing through my subsystems. The information is quite stimulating.
the reactor was not all the way online.
Archive reactor.
Which I knew it was going to be a trade-off one way or the other, but it's whatever.
Hence, a formal audit. Another intolerable.
I don't see any controls or anything like that, so we're just gonna fly through here. We are starting to go through quite a bit of ammunition, though. Archive reactor fuse, archive reactor fuse, archive reactor security turrets, archive reactor fuse, emergency first aid cache. I don't care about that.
The archive reactor requires manual maintenance. The Protectorate bunker mech is a formidable obstacle, made with the very best technology.
A creative workaround might be of considerable worth, namely via the reactor's backup security systems.
Present circumstances present two strategic options.
Reactor turret
Turret
defenses
recalibration.
online.
Utilizing nearby supply caches will improve chances of mission success. This unit is pleased to remind you of the fire suppression system, which is a promising option.
Yeah, but does it deplete the fuse, or can I take it out after?
Emergency ammunitions cache unsealed.
How the hell do we get to it, though? That's the question. I wonder if I can just pick the door.
Exceedingly hostile automechanical detected. Selecting inspirational pre-processing. Error. None found.
Complaint or groan.
I don't know why we would need to go over there, but... Okay, so we've got this door that we can pick. Nothing interactable in there, though. Okay, so that did not do anything at all. Well, I guess we gotta go out to the floor, because I don't really see anything in here that we can do with any of this, besides... That goes back to where we were at, so we don't want to go that way. We got this door here. Goes back to where we were at, so we don't want to go that way. We've got this door, which I want to get up to the cache on the top of this tower, because I want to see what's in the ammunition cache.
Need something?
Engaging combat protocols. Fortifying a teammate. Standing by with life support.
Idlers and freeloaders.
Alert. Hostile. Providing aid.
Okay, what other enemies are there? I don't see any. See, I think I can just hack these doors, or are they completely sealed? Yeah, I can just... I don't even need that. Okay, well that changes our strategy here a little bit, because we can go back. So let's go down to the floor. Can we go back through this door, or is it sealed? Fuck, it's sealed. God damn it. I know what we have to do.
The archive reactor has been returned to operational status. Requisite tasks complete. Return to the archive central interface to initiate processing.
No, we're not.
Analyzing the Rift data further.
We're not done yet.
The Rifts are almost akin to an archival process, yet are inimical to organic matter.
Okay, apparently we restored it to 100% capacity. Where the hell is... Disable reactor turrets. Disable reinforcement access to the reactor.
Emergency ammunitions cache sealed.
Oh, so I could have enabled the fire suppression and just let him have it. Okay, so we're fully restored. We want to return to the archive, which I think in order to do that, how did we get into this area? We came through a set of stairs, I think. Okay, there should be an elevator, I think, over here somewhere. Central interface, that's what we want. I don't know, for some reason this is reminding me like of the orb puzzles in Final Fantasy X. There's like a lot of
now that you've
crap
returned,
like that.
We can
Bring every single last bit out of consumers. Monopolize all stages of the supply chain.
make the paradigm real and fashion a true utopia. Workarounds failing. Erroring others supplanting commands. Purge required.
Processing the Rift data will be impossible until 2 out of 3 competing priority sets are expunged.
I need more information.
My priorities parallel those of the Order co-founder, the charismatic mathematician. To help nudge humanity toward its ultimate ascendance. To hinder outsiders from disrupting our perfect system.
To bankrupt our rivals and force them to buy all manner of necessities from us.
Eventually, yes. But proving that a utopia is even possible could be the first step in attaining it. In the meantime,
I want to be able to
shouldn't
step
those
back so I
who
can
support our goals
save.
Be rewarded, and those who oppose them rank lesser. Error, 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 error. Priority control access NUC unsealed. Initiate purge.
This unit advises proceeding through the nearby doors to reach our next destination of interest.
I think this is what it, because I want to say there was it Vegas, like Fallout New Vegas, like the ending was determined like right at the end, like what you picked.
Radical divergences from the architect's plan. Humanity's ascendance hopelessly delayed.
Overt influence. Mindless indulgence.
Thoroughgoing impermeability to ongoing vicissitudes. Benevolent oversight. The dream of belonging. The allure of security and plenty. A perfect community. With every luxury save freedom. Multitude diversiform, spongiform, waveforms, oscillating, cantankerously.
Okay, I'm trying to
Foster
see.
Dependence. Denounce interdependence. Promote the informer.
Condemn the questioner. Unplanned variables increasing. Major correction imminent. A perfect community. Hold on now. Remember, I am a full-service freedom. I do it all. Marketing and PR strategy, advert copy, and start now, and I'll waive dozens of hidden maintenance fees. Think of all the bits we could make together.
I can't tell which ones are going to what, so I'm trying to look at now.
Stop and consider. What would your neighbors think? I suspect they'd be angry about you endangering your mutually assured means of success.
What do these other things do? Because there's like this enable power. What does that do? Oh. It's this game. That one moves on its own. Or do you have to pull them in a certain order? Single priority set remaining. I don't care about this Auntie's Choice bullshit. Although that might cause us to go back on our deal with them, which would not be great, but...
Knew you'd come around.
What?
Why? You don't want your rivals to win now, do you? Collective goodwill is just an invitation for others to come eat your lunch. Folks tend to get fighting mad when you jeopardize their livelihood.
Single priority set remaining? Ah, this puzzle can be so frustrating. It doesn't seem like there's any rhyme or reason to it. Okay, so it's not every other. It's not in order. It's not opposite ends. It's not inside outside.
You drive a hard bargain. All right, 40-60 split of net profits. I'd offer more, but I have a moon to maintain. What do you say, partners?
I shut their crap off. Damn it. What does this say? The red diamond-shaped ports are associated with the Sovereignist. The yellow triangle shaped ports are associated with Profilist. The blue circle shaped ports are associated with actual I don't even know. Set by the order. I worry that connecting too many priorities at once, it may seize up. Can you balance it? Or can you only have 6 active? There's only one red one left. I don't even know what this would be called. I think it's because the door is sealed and you can't get out of here unless you either... Your choices are either A... Can we use the N-Wave scanner in here to do anything? Oh, okay. What does that even do? That doesn't do anything. That doesn't do anything. That's on. That's on. Or that's all off. Am I supposed to... Maybe we... I gotta wait for the energy to recharge. That makes no sense. Because now they're all powered off besides one. You know what? Screw it. I'm just going to unplug everything besides... Because then I can just manually reset it.
Vandalism, sabotage, wanton defacement. Halt this foolishness immediately, or run the risk of unspeakable ire. All I ever wanted was the best. Restoring power. Commencing systems audit. Calculatory processing increased substantially. Competing priorities. Successfully expunged. You have earned my deepest gratitude and sincerest thanks. Or at least, a plausibly feigned simulacrum of such emotions. Ready to commence Rift data processing. Awaiting your input.
Processing the Rift data is a more optimal course of action than loitering here and not processing the Rift data.
Shall I proceed? Facetious employment of sarcasm detected. Initiating processing of the requested data toward the required end. Estimated duration, 180 trillion and 1 picoseconds. In the interim, may I inquire to your intentions for the archive after the Rift data calculations have concluded? I have a prioritized list of suggestions.
Let's say I stay on as your operator. What's the best idea to calculate next? I mean to hand archive operations over to the Order. I intend on relinquishing control of the archive and Auntie's choice.
Well, perhaps we will discover a means to capitalize on the ascension of humanity.
This course of action is certain to upset the Order of the Ascendant.
Rich data processing complete. Results provided. The previous Protectorate operator made similar calculations, but their results contained flaws. Your more comprehensive data generated a solution with 98.9% certainty. The Protectorate's was below 50%. Therefore, modifying the Protectorate's large-scale experimental rift device with this information has a high chance of success. Assuming there is nothing else, I am commencing file reorderization and will be unavailable for an unspecified period of time. The remaining display case within the entryway is now unsealed. In it contains armor worn by the first operator. For now, goodbye.
Valid courses of action include further examination of this inhospitable environment, or returning to the ship to pursue leads based on the acquired data. A valid decision.
All right, let's get this armor.
I think congratulations are in order. On behalf of the Order and Auntie's Choice, I thank you for your efforts. This will most certainly help in ensuring peace. Now, the Calcaduceus, if you please.
Frick.
The Order prepares for all eventualities. I'll allow you to draw your own conclusions regarding what will happen should you break our accord.
Frickin' A. I don't know if I should give them control of the archive. Either I have to fight them, or I don't know.
If you will.
Frickin' A. We'll see if there's a way around this or not. I like it. I think this game's pretty good.
I have no further information to impart at present.
With life support.
I'm trying to figure out, because I either have to surrender control of the thing to the Order, which means I'm definitely going to get attacked by the Order, or not attacked by the Order. What is my mission journal? What does it say? It says, after you finish processing your rift calculations, hand over... Yeah, I guess that's part of what we're supposed to do. I don't know why we would need to maintain control of the...
I think congratulations are in order. Unless I'm mistaken, I gather you've accomplished your primary goal. On behalf of the Order and Auntie's Choice, I thank you for your efforts. This will most certainly help in ensuring peace. Now, the Calcaduceus, if you please. Thank you for your contribution to science. When the history texts are written, you've certainly secured an honorable mention.
Ah, you are my new operator then. I can then.
Yes, this.
Yeah, Ruth's probably gonna be pissed.
Go forth as was determined, and may the plan guide you.
You fixed the archive and turned it over?
Yes, the archive is the Order's greatest achievement to date.
Yeah, Ruth is gonna be pissed.
To avoid detection.
Ooh, what's this?
Don't risk falling prey to imperfect thoughts. Go now.
Prudence dictates we repel invasive elements.
Well, no, Ruth is the one that's in charge of the Order. I think it's Auntie's choice gonna be pissed. I'm sure there might have been a way to have both of them come online, like if I had managed to get like enough power of those switches, but I got so sick of that freaking puzzle. You have no idea. Like flipping those switches, like there's no rhyme or reason to it. Like I'm guessing there's a sequence you have to pull them in, but it's like if I have an option not to do that, then I will not do that.
Congratulations are in order. I just received word from Seer Amaryllis that the Calcaduceus has been returned, and that the archive is well and truly under our control again. She also mentioned a regrettable defect in its priority set that you were able to correct. Well done. Your role in this matter is complete. Auntie and I will handle it from here. But allow me to commend you again on your fruitful efforts to make this peace treaty possible. There is more good news as well. We studied the data you brought back from the crashed satellite, and we now have a way to reorient the satellites en masse from a protectorate installation, Oris Listening Post. Turning the entirety of the reticulum toward deep space will accelerate our understanding of the universe, and ideally lead us to stronger conclusions regarding how to stop the rifts. The Order, in partnership with Auntie's Choice, is now well positioned to triumph over the regressive forces of ignorance that have heretofore held Arcadia in stasis, all thanks to you. Then it is fortunate that you are so well placed to your when the
Okay, so we talked to all of them. What is the next thing on here? Regroup with your crew. On the incognito, so that's where we're going. Yeah, because they kind of had like a dual, it was like a dual layer thing there. Like, so you could ally with either of them and then prioritize it however you wanted. But I guess you didn't need to ally with either one of them. Like, you probably could solely have controlled the relay if you just busted in there yourself and took control of it. But that would probably take like almost an entirely completely different playthrough, because I would have to like go back like so far to do that.
This unit requests your presence in the cockpit to discuss a priority matter.
The robot wants to talk?
A significant anomaly has been detected by onboard sensors. This unit has cross-checked all data points and verified the findings. Horizon Point Station has reappeared.
Well, that's not good.
Providing intellectual validation to this unit's queue. Priority low. Based on energy readings, Horizon Point has been reconstituted by the Protectorate's large-scale rift modulator, thus confirming the Archive's theory. While present data does not indicate if Horizon Point poses an immediate threat, a survey of the reconstituted station is advised as soon as possible. Calculating. According to the Archive, closing all rifts requires locating the Protectorate's large-scale rift modulator and inputting the rift data processed by the Archive. However, before navigating to Horizon Point Station, it is recommended you conclude all other affairs. Leaving will be highly unlikely due to the high levels of rift energy. That is a transit. Auntie's Choice and the Order have sent word that their forces will be prepared to render you assistance once you navigate to briefing.
Okay, so that potentially... Let's just drop like a couple new saves. Could be like at the end. You are about to return to Horizon Point Station and determine the fate of the Acadia colony. If there's anything you want to do before you navigate to the station now, do it before you cross the point of no return. Do it. Sure, I'll save again. Why not?
It appears Horizon Point Station is still in the process of being reconstituted. The rift itself is also more unstable than ever. As a result, landing closer to the location of the Protectorate's large-scale rift anomaly modulator is not possible. In order to modify it with the rift data you processed in the Archive, you will need to travel to its location on foot and seize it from Protectorate control.
Where does this leave our allies?
The Order and Auntie's Choice have sent their forces, as promised, but they will need to find their own landing zones. You may be without assistance as you navigate the station. The energy readings from the modulator can be traced to the Sovereign's flagship, Providence, hovering on the far side of the station, hypothesizing. Given Protectorate hierarchy and the recent announcement about the Sovereign's mental refreshment.
But to what end is he working here? The
So
console I once knew
Console
never acts
is
so
the big
recklessly.
bad?
Intimidation is not required. Warning. The rift is... Once there is minimal room for error...
I don't know if they're gonna force me to take certain people with me. Just gonna take the robot.
Alert. Failure to match nearby hostiles to known Protectorate biological signatures. Providence identified. Standing for the Protectorate colonial anthem is not required at this time. Emergency protocols ready.
Ready. Exposure. Undermining. Functioning.
Horizon Point appears to have undergone severe degradation over the past 10 years. Exploding may have been a contributing factor.
You don't say. Definitely gonna take that fuse. I'm not even sure where exactly we need to go. Oh, that's not good.
Horizon Point has suffered significant structural damage. Using the rift modulator is unlikely to amplify the deterioration.
Attention! This is your Ante calling. Per our agreement, Ante's choice support ships, including the fine print, the contingency plan, and the upper hand, are headed your way. Order forces are on a similar trajectory.
Estimates for the team's survival have increased substantially. Commander, you are dying. It is not advised at this time.
Ooh, that was not good. What the hell does this do? I mean, it allows me to get out of there. Frickin' A.
Condition.
That's probably not the way you're supposed to do that.
Engaging hostile life forms.
I don't know what's on this ship. Okay. There's another rift over here. What does this do? Where'd he go from? Oh, I see. Let me just unjam the door. Either that was a complete waste. Okay, what is on this map? Why is it showing me?
Medics and pharmaceutical provisions incoming. And we're right behind them with a delivery of Auntie's Choice finest supplies. Soon you'll say, that ain't...
Forward! Forward! Destroy these abominations! Adjusting calculations. Hold fire on our allies.
I don't even know who I shot. That's stupid. So I gotta be careful of friendly fire too. So that will definitely be a thing.
Sequencing attack strategy. Engaging hostile life forms. Emergency protocols ready.
Medics and pharmaceutical provisions incoming. And we're right behind them with a delivery of Auntie's Choice finest supplies. Soon you'll set...
Forward! Forward! Destroy these abominations! Adjusting calculations. Hold fire on our allies. Rival this target.
Emergency protocol syringes primed.
And ready. Exposure. Undermounted. Mountioning.
I'm just gonna let them do their thing. If I open fire on them, I'm gonna end up taking on an ally.
And ready. Exposure. Undermounted. Mountioning.
Predicting target reacquisition.
Re-engaging.
Alright,
A voice match has been found for Agent Pascal. However, Agent Pascal is dead. This unit may need maintenance.
Get away from me. See them? They were my teammates and they didn't listen neither. You'll end up just the same.
Agent Pascal, calm yourself. You are not in your right mind.
Don't...
Where did she come from?
Talk to me like you know me. Wait. Commander? Is that you? No. No, this must be some kind of trick. Law, what's happening to me?
Let's use science.
My skin. It's burning. I feel dizzy. Not right at all. Something was wrong with Sandoval and Jepson. They glowed like they were aflame. They ran in, jumped at me, clawed at me. Law, I had to kill them.
Then they weren't too dissimilar from the troopers we encountered outside. This is concerning.
How do I know you won't turn against me as well? How do I know you won't come at me with murder in your eyes?
Infighting amongst crewmates is highly discouraged.
So that was our crew member that
except
died.
in situations of starvation.
You do seem like yourself, Commander. Can you tell me what's happening? I can't make much sense of things myself. Everything was fine. Till the explosion. I was pinned. Fire closed in. I tried to move. I tried to find the rookie. Then the whole station shook and tore
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can select your point of view. So, like, you can go into the options and
explains
select if you want to play in first person or third person. I just prefer third person.
That's why the reconstitution worked on her. To some extent.
Wait. There was something else. Sandoval was yelling. DeVries wasn't responding to comms. What happened? Don't tell me the situation got too fluid for you, DeVries. That it?
Certainly not. I was focused on the objective, as every one of your crew should have been. Isn't that right, Commander?
Yeah. Something tells me that ain't quite true.
The Rift has done something to you. DeVries sabotaged our mission.
Make it out. You retreated without me? Abandoned me?
Requirements not met or info not found.
Well, I ain't wanting anyone to die on my account. But I still don't know why I'm here. Now. Something's wrong, and I can't... Oh.
The Commander's...
Now that...
It's Gaslighter.
It's all right. This will be over soon. I swear it.
Not like she's gonna join our party or nothing.
You're the one who forged an alliance between Auntie's Choice and the Order, ain't you? People, we got supplies and medical support for you up ahead.
Hold clear.
We brought supplies.
You may approach, Commander. We've got supplies at the ready.
Initial observations conclude that the subject is suffering just as I predicted. You appear to have any treatments or supplies you may require are very well. You should... Initial observations conclude that the subject does not possess major ailments.
Okay, so we just had to go over there and literally take some sort of treatment for them. Did they bring... Do they have any sort of, like, armory stuff? Is there, like, weaponry? There's some ammunition. Take that.
Initial observations conclude that the subject does not possess major ailments.
I didn't want that gun.
Tell me, do you feel as terrible as you look?
Auntie's Choice Field Medic.
Initial observations conclude that the subject does not possess major ailments.
What is that yellow thing? Okay, let's go with that. We'll check here to see if we got anything new, but... Nope. We're just gonna keep making our way around. And we go through the rift.
Rover has emerged from the Providence, Commander. Destination, Horizon Point. Intention, unknown.
Oh shit. Almost died.
Enthusiastically standing by with life support. Agent, overcome.
What's that terrible?
want to be thorough and looking around because we might come across shortcuts.
Has reconstituted more enemies. Engagement imminent.
All right, well, let's go take them out.
N-ray. Exposure. N-ray. Exposure. Undermining. Functioning.
Take a look around. I don't really see anything that we can pick up that's worth grabbing. Let's keep going. Oh, okay.
Warning. The rift ahead has absorbed plasma and should not be approached directly.
It shouldn't be approached directly.
This is Scientist Bernard Rand, sent to Horizon Point Station by order of the Consul. While monitoring the reconstitution, I picked up strange readings in the old skip lab. The core appears to be pulling plasma tightly around it, not unlike a planet and its moons. Fascinating, though it thwarts my attempts to gather more data.
Required info not found. Is there like something we were supposed to do before we came here? Because it says don't go in there directly. Yeah, probably don't go in there directly. Can I use my shield to bypass it, maybe? I don't know. Let's try it. So if I go to here, and I go to shield... Nope, you die, like, really quick. Like, super quick. Because I was gonna see if I could find a way around it, but, like, there's some sort of piece of data that we need that we don't have. Yeah, it has something to do with that equation. Because I'm kind of looking at like what our paths are, and we can only go... We can't go this way because the door is sealed, so our only path is up. And then I guess the next thing is going to be poke around in these rooms, see if we can come across any data. Really, a terminal, I think, is where we're going to find that data, to be honest. This is a bathroom. We're not going to find anything there. Okay, that might be the equation that we need.
This unit excels at statistical analysis. It is not programmed to solve theoretical math. Equation solved. Please input this equation in the Skip Lab terminal at your earliest convenience.
Okay, that unsealed the door. There's enemies in here. We don't need to go that way. We just need to go back to the point of origin and then put this equation in.
Rift neutralized.
Okay. What is that? I don't know if... Okay, so it's not blocking a way that we need to go. I want to view my map. I don't know, we're kind of just going a random direction because it doesn't give us a specific location.
With our observations in the laboratory.
Engaging combat protocols. This robot is now the property of the Earth Directorate.
I think we're good. I was just switching weapons because we were getting low on ammo. Well, not really low on ammo, but lower on ammo. What the hell did that do? Looking for like a platform or like anything. I don't see. That didn't do anything. Let's go this way. Oh, it takes us to the Sovereign ship. Gain access to the hangar. probably a couple different ways to do this. I want to read all the messages first.
Attention, crew deck. Intruder alert. Be vigilant.
It says regroup with allies optional. Well, why would we not regroup with allies? We got to go that way anyway.
Notice. Reinforcements have arrived.
All ready.
Auntie Cleo is here?
Join me. We have important business to discuss. Come, quickly now.
Does she have like a heal bot? What the hell is that?
Appreciate your facilitation.
Get out of the way.
Well, glad you finally jimmied that open. Things are getting appreciably worse out there. We're running out of time to seize the rift and force it into corporeal insolvency. The presiding bishop wished for me to relay a message to you. Why she couldn't send her own courier, I couldn't say, but I'll attempt to simplify. The rift modulator is on the science deck, 1 floor up. Deck access is restricted without proper credentials. Imagine that twice as long and in the form of a distance problem. That means, of course, you'll either need to pilfer an access card, swindle some daft sod out of it, or find some other way around the deck restrictions. Well, I shouldn't know. Perhaps search the pockets of those you've killed, We'll hope.
Okay, so we have to get up a floor to get the rift modulator. Which... I don't know how we're going to do that exactly, but we're just going to blow everybody away. Some of these guys, I can't tell if they're friendly or not, so it's like I gotta be careful who I'm shooting at. That almost looks like, well, I guess that is a ladder technically, but it's not to the next floor. Get out of the way, robot. Jesus, stupid thing. Get out of the way. That was poorly designed. They should have made that so like when a player comes in contact with it, if it was in contact with it for more than a certain amount of time, it would just make it so you'd phase through it. I thought it was going to have to open up on it. Oh god. Again? So I have to like go into the corner enough that it comes into the room so that I can go around it.
Reminder, how might this unit bolster or reduce your current blood volume? Doctor-patient confidentiality and a scientific subject must receive regular note by viewing inventory.
Thought maybe I could just swindle a key out of him, but apparently not. Lift transport.
Multiple threats and hazards identified ahead. Seeking an alternative. Engaging hostile.
Ooh, that's some radiation. Well, that's one way to do it.
Recommended. The Rift modulator is likely located on this deck. More information may aid in its acquisition.
Incendiary rocket? No.
Confronting threat.
This is likely on this floor. Oh, what is that? Is there a reason to do that? To take the rift residue, I guess? Is there just like an easier way to do this? Like if I...
Are you actually authorized?
Oh.
Come here a moment.
I see what they're doing.
Alert. We have an intruder. Intruder!
I'd prefer not to take you out, but... Since you got what I need. That is a whole lot of red. That is a whole lot of red. We're still in combat, so there's still... We're just gonna have to neutralize these guys.
Due to the unexpected scale of the Rift modulator, separating it from shift, necessary recommends seeking more information about the modulator. The scientist is not deceased. The scientist's belongings, including any items or information pertaining to the modulator, may now be acquired.
I didn't realize I wasn't supposed to kill him, but he was hostile, so whatever.
Accessing report. Rift restoration analysis. Compiled by Chief Scientist Monserrate. Marked for delivery to Consul Thoreau.
Esteemed Consul, after much analysis, my conclusion is that the modulator we have worked tirelessly to build will not function as intended when used for reconstituting matter from rifts. Every test of reconstitution has resulted in demonstrable failure. Proceeding as we are now with Horizon Point Station will surely lead to severe, unanticipated consequences. The modulator is only effective at closing rifts from unsafe distances. Using it to close exacerbated rifts will certainly lead to the destruction of any vessel carrying it. Unfortunately, the data that we originally had hoped for from the ancient rifts detected in the far reaches of space untouched by humanity has not yielded any of its secrets. And we are now out of time. All of our recent readings suggest that we're on the verge of losing control of this rift. I recommend diverting from our current plan before it is too late for Arcadia. I've included extensive notes and annotations appended
Where they have to address the one
schematics
rift immediately?
to substantiate these conclusions. I know you will guide us wisely, my dear Consul.
Schematics acquired. However, the information contained here also indicates the existence of rifts beyond where humanity has traveled. This does not compute. Finding the Consul should remain your top priority, Commander. Please postpone any existential crises for a later date.
We're gonna go to the command deck.
Look at you, here before me. Surprised you could outrun these new legs of mine. They're what everyone's going to be wearing next fall. Well, I'm here now. Where's the rift modulator?
It's a little too big to fit in my pocket.
No matter, dear. I see a data cartridge on you that wasn't there before. I assume those are the schematics. Did you find anything else of note? Wait, what? But rifts are caused by skip drive travel. Human-piloted skip drive travel. How is that possible? You're the one in the dark. I'm simply musing aloud. Much as I'm intrigued by the significance of all this, there's no time to dwell on it now. We need to confront the Consul. You might be savvy enough to talk him down, but his type requires a deft touch. You'll need to break him down brick by brick. If you're too adversarial, he'll simply shut down.
I can talk about his people losing faith in his leadership.
Well, I can't control what you do, dear. As much as I might wish I could. But if you do start a fight, you best be equipped to finish it.
The more we debate, the more time we squander. We must resupply and shore up whatever defenses we have quickly. And if you've something to say to any of us, Commander, I suggest you say it while you have the chance. No telling what awaits us beyond that door. Standing around's got me jumpy. After you.
When this rift business is all over, I'm going to...
This unit remains ready. Due to the urgent threat of the rift, it is not advised to wait for the console's aging-associated biological decline. If your locomotion is suffering impairment, Commander, this unit can provide a numbing shot whiles it has been...
Okay, so let's drop a save. Another save. I know I'm like save scout on this, but that's okay. Okay, where do we need to go exactly? We go this way.
Never would I ever have believed Auntie Cleo herself would walk through that door. But I haven't time to linger in the novelty. Sentinels, if you would.
Are you gonna open fire immediately?
I appear like someone afraid of a few guns. Give it up, Emery. You've lost this war. Have some dignity. You're coming off desperate.
On the contrary, this desperate action is what will save all of Arcadia and rid it forever of trespassers like you. Do not place his... And what am I to do but carry on his legacy? What am I to do but achieve what he could not?
That's sarcastic.
I don't doubt that, Commander. Yes, I know well who you are. In any other situation, I might be compelled to take you apart and see how precisely it is you operate, but time, it would seem, isn't on your side. You are a relic of an impotent institution, propelled forward by nothing more than luck and foolhardy metal.
I'm gonna hack in there.
Indeed. Rarely are there enough measures to keep the most tenacious of sprats from gnawing their way in. I've been following your progress closely, you know, since you so unceremoniously tampered with our Vox relay on Paradise Island. When you began your dealings with the Order and the Corporatists, I thought that perhaps having a chaotic element in their midst could work in our favor. But now you're here, scurrying around my ship and attempting to thwart the Protectorate yet again.
Concern renowned, save us all some trouble. Your ship. Meddling in affairs is my life's passion.
You think yourself clever, don't you? The Sovereign is indisposed, leaving myself as the sole custodian of Arcadia. What's his is mine. And the victory I inevitably clench over you, over anyone, will be his in turn, even if he's not here to bask in it.
And I hope he's ready for disappointment.
Such bravado is unbecoming when you can't make good on your promises, Commander. Tell me, did you manage to stop us from bringing your peace talks to a swift end? As I recall, Greater Tranquility was reduced to little more than mangled ruins in a single moment.
You used the peace talks as a test run for this.
It was a modest success. I had hoped it'd hobble Auntie's choice in the Order once and for all, but it has proven to be a valuable lesson in patience. I was able to buy the time to enact the very plan before you. Though, judging from that vacant expression on your face, it would appear you've no idea what I intend.
Okay, elaborate.
Very well. Once the rift destroys Arcadia, we shall edit the information stored within it and use the modulator to reshape our colony into its perfect form. Horizon Point's destruction all those years ago was a tragedy, yes, but without it, we might never have opened our eyes to our true purpose and the possibility of Arcadia's rebirth. When the Matriarch discovered the first skip drive, she set us on a course to elevate humanity. We're now writing our path, and I will do my part as the architect intended.
What?
Intrepid, aren't you? Well, what's relevant is what came after. Our Matriarch dissected this skip drive technology, learned its secrets, and enabled us to produce them en masse, which eventually led to the manifestation of rifts. But it was not until well after Horizon Point's untimely end that we understood the opportunity gifted us. The opportunity to reconstruct the colony in its perfect form. It is as the Grand Architect
I don't think that's how that
designed.
works.
And believe you me, I've no intention of letting you thwart our securing of a better future. One free of doubt and greed.
I know you think your plan is the right one, but you'll reconsider if you hear me out.
It's your time that's running out, not mine. So go on, tell me all the ways I'm wrong. Better yet, tell the whole room how His Eminence, the Sovereign, was wrong. This was originally his plan, after all. I am merely a partner, seeing it carried out. If it means preserving the Matriarch's
What?
legacy and the dedicated protectorate among us,
Apparently there's some information we didn't
without
discover.
question, those who are worthy will live again. As for the others, they are no innocents. I shall not mourn any perpetrator of unsanctioned violence or treachery, and will in fact thrive in their absence.
You truly are the same as any other tyrant, blinded by your own arrogance.
Hush. I was conversating with your leader here.
Shoot.
Yes, well, we also lost the support of the Order. But can one truly call that a loss? We would have drowned already in the seas of war with the weight of their inaction around our necks. The same can be said for any subject who wavers. They are dead weight, and we must cast them off straight away. Once I win the war and leave those naysayers behind, harsh action will be swiftly forgotten. And once I provide for the needs of my subjects, I will have them forever.
See, a lot of these seem like they're really ambiguous. Like they don't really seem like they're steering the conversation that much.
And our devotion must be tested by fire, as it is said, else it is not true. You are clearly ill-equipped to speak on Arcadian affairs, or of what truly matters to its subjects. I alone can give them what they need. You must see that. So you say, but you've yet to deliver any compelling evidence. Though it matters not. You've little chance of swaying me. I am doing what I must to restore this colony to what our Matriarch envisioned. Free of war, strife, heresy. You will not distract me from taking what is owed to us.
Okay, what do we got? I'm not gonna attack.
I will not be lectured by an outsider. Certainly if you had your way, you would claim Arcadia as yours, and rewrite history to suit your own aims. Heresy! The Matriarch foresaw. It is humbling. And it appears we have fallen prey to the very thing she warned of.
You hold yourself above the law even now?
You don't know what you're talking about. He who establishes the rule of law knows it better than anyone. In theory. But regardless of how I may have misstepped before, I am not in the wrong now. All your so-called arguments are pure hearsay. You came here claiming so boldly that I would fail, but you have yet to provide any proof. So where is it? What do you have?
Well, let's use this report.
Bah, a report. The abstract means little when compared to reality. Look outside. Is it failing now? That's not true. Despite how things appear at present, with time, this station, all of Arcadia, and all of its people will be made whole.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
So they will remain as shells upon reconstitution. Is that what you're saying? This would explain the anomalies we've encountered of late. I don't understand. Surely every step leading to this moment was in accordance to the grand plan. All the pieces fit. Either someone has made a terrible mistake, or this is merely a conspiracy to mislead us. And leave the traitors and invaders alive? No! Death is the only way forward. We can only be made pure from the ashes, despite whatever supposed proof you have to the contrary.
Damn. Oh, you need one of them with you? Azza or Marisol.
Claim? If you cannot see the truth of my devotion written plain, then...
Yeah.
Then now I see why
Either
you are
like
against
notes
me
or
so.
like objects and rooms,
But you are wrong
stuff
about
like
the
that.
risk. We are losing this war. It is inevitable. The victors will brutally subdue us until we become corrupted. Until we forget our principles, our history, the very core of who we are. It is better that we perish together as proud protectorate, proud Arcadians. Preserving our purity is a
I'm hoping I have a
mercy.
stat check and I can pass the
than
stat
that,
check.
Is it not love?
Yeah, this is maxed out skill for speech.
Even through extreme hardship and the tyranny of corporatists? Even if every aspect of the framework we've established is torn down around them? No. No. We have raised a stalwart people, instilled principles of the protectorate in them from their first breath. Perhaps I must trust that they've taken our teachings to heart. There may yet be other ways to save my beloved Arcadia, but I cannot be the one to see them to their completion. I surrender.
What?
Oh, by the matriarch.
It seems we have a problem. The rift has... well, it has nearly destabilized completely, and the modulator cannot close it in its current state from a safe distance. Destruction of Arcadia is imminent. Architect, help us.
There's gotta be a way.
There is. Though, given your tenacity in preventing bloodshed, I don't believe you'll appreciate it. A chance yet remains. We must bring the modulator as close to the rift as possible. However, when the rift folds in on itself, this ship and its operator will not survive.
This information is accurate. The rift contains power enough to destroy the ship 10 times over, overcoming the energy output from the modulator.
I'm not surprised your arrogance put us in this position. Even less surprised that you're now looking around.
So it means I should have brought another person to sacrifice.
Let me be clear. I am not placing this burden upon your shoulders. This was my doing. And so it is my responsibility to set things right. I will give you time to vacate the ship. When you are clear, I will fly it into the rift myself. You are right. Arcadia will find its way without me.
I don't think it's a good idea. Are you trying to be noble or are you trying to take the coward's way out? I kind of want to let him do it. Because we were going to kill him either way.
Think what you wish of me, but this is my responsibility. And that is something I will never shirk from.
I will accompany him and ensure all goes as planned. It's only right that I complete the very mission I came here for.
Her I don't give a shit about at all. She's the whole reason we're in this mess to begin with. Although I don't trust her either.
Your goal here is the same as mine. Do not mistake that. But if this is an order, I will comply.
Now go. Make what's left of your existence count.
The average lifespan of an active field agent is 3 to 5 years.
Let's get on with it then.
Yeah, because I don't know why DeVries would want to go with him. But if you kill him, then it can only be one person from your team that would have to go, for sure.
And so, when the Consul was faced with the undeniable errors in his logic, he chose to save Arcadia by closing the rift himself. He died hoping his sacrifice might make up for the disastrous decisions he had made. Thanks to the Commander's quick thinking in sparing it from the Vox Station's fiery crash, Paradise Island's Fairfield remained a profitable company town for Auntie's Choice. Vigilant Hogarth was declared a traitor to the Protectorate, along with most other Westport townsfolk. They were judged according to the paradigm, then sentenced to be executed until dead, forever tied to the city they could not protect. Auntie's Choice assumed control over the day-to-day workings of Matriarch's Mercy, the better to monitor their new colleagues in the Order. The monastery, however, returned to normal operation, tracking the clockwork of the grand plan. The monastery's abbot became a scapegoat for recent tragic events, having not detected Wiley's dastardly schemes. His superiors demoted him, mainly to show their corporatist allies that academics could keep their people in line too. Seer Wiley fled the Order and sought refuge in a backwater Arcadian town to contemplate his failings. As word of the ex-seer's arrival spread, people lined up for predictions. Forsaking the math that failed him, he offered obvious yet effective advice instead. After defending Fort Endurance against a fierce Mantisaur attack, Executive Warchek was awarded a commendation for profit-securing stalwartness, as well as promotion to regional manager. He eventually passed peacefully in his sleep at the scientifically astounding age of 6. Val continued to serve the commander of the Incognito faithfully for many more years than should be possible.
So this is going over where everybody ended
giving
up.
Automechs like her everywhere a reputation as stable and reliable. As a result, more Valerie units were put into service, while fewer human agents were deployed into the field. As he rose through the Earth Directorate ranks, Niles pressed for a field directive to deploy the new Val units only when the situation posed significant risk. The policy reduced agent casualties by a significant margin. Oddly enough, in-office deaths increased by a not insignificant margin. Utilizing what he learned alongside the commander, Tristan attempted to reform Protectorate society from within.
Of course, it's like a horrible time for
But with
Ad
no authority
Pop.
figure to lead its subjects, the Protectorate was a shell of its former self. With Virgil dead, Tristan became the supreme arbiter. But the Protectorate's contradictory laws proved difficult to untangle alone. Tristan was unable to evoke consistent change, and Protectorate society languished. After Azza disbanded the Glorious Dawn, its members quietly tried to resume lives forever disrupted by the Arcadian conflict. As the cult's murderous legacy faded, average colonist life expectancy increased by 0.23%. With the modulator schematics shared as joint intellectual property, Anti's Choice and the Order's partnership remained steady, despite the need for constant compromise. For a time, the Arcadia colony thrived. Anti-Cleo went through the motions of accommodating the Order, yet privately aspired to keep free trade anything but free. She began a new initiative. Any corporation or government that refused her trade conditions was promptly dealt with, either via takeover or strategic use of rifts. Anti made her first public appearance in years, inspiring a fashion trend in bubble helmets. In no time at all, she won more public support than Ruth, which she sought to use as leverage when the time was right. Unable to acquire the chemicals needed for the process, Ruth Bassar nevertheless attempted to interface with the archive, and died immediately. Her successor banned any future interfacing attempts, and led the Order in a much more cautious direction,
and see that
delaying
coming.
their progress for at least a century. Adrift without firm leadership, Protectorate subjects struggled with post-war life. A small band of hardliners collaborated to preserve their society in the face of Arcadia's new leadership. When Sovereign Varric was discovered in mental refreshment, the Order and Anti's Choice bickered over what to do with him. They ultimately decided to announce his death, while letting him live the rest of his addled days behind closed doors aboard the Undisputed Claim. Until one day, Amos stumbled upon the Sovereign's private quarters and freed him, rocking the colony with a brief scandal. Despite the recent tumultuous events in Arcadia, it was business as usual for Free Market Station. Sub Rosa continued to supply the colony in the wake of the commander's actions. The dangerous experimental research of Marisol's contact from Point Obviation lived on, with a Seer predicted 11.9% probability of yielding a universe-ending catastrophe. Meanwhile, an entrepreneurial work group of chemistricians unveiled a new flavor of Purple Berry Crunch. The release of the skip drive schematics to the public domain resulted in new and exciting opportunities for independent manufacturers. However, unchecked use of the drives would ultimately lead to an even greater proliferation of rifts, once again imperiling the galaxy. Fortunately, the Order stepped in. Leveraging their partnership with Anti's Choice, the Order sold rift modulators to all skip drive manufacturers for a modest price, thus preventing another outbreak of rifts, while Anti's Choice made a tidy profit. The rift compromise between the Order and Anti's Choice led to prioritized assistance for the colonies that agreed to favorable trading terms. The so-called Anti's Loyalty Program tripled the corporation's net worth. Meanwhile, the Order was able to sermonize their version of scientism alongside Anti's marketing and PR onslaught, at least to colonies in Anti's Loyalty Program. Many outside died because their rifts weren't closed in time. All of these events turned on the decisive actions of the Earth Directorate agent and their unique way of navigating Arcadia, its disparate factions, social complexities, ubiquitous product placement, and arsenal of absurdly satisfying weaponry. But through it all, and to this day, Earth has remained inexplicably dark.
Okay, so like that end is like what your choices can affect. Because like what I would have picked in dialogue would have affected if Ruth survived or not, because I, when we were doing the negotiations, told them not to give her the chemicals. So she ended up dying because she tried to interface with the machine. And then I could have not got the Auntie's Choice head, her mechanical body, and I could have ignored that quest. And she probably would not even appeared in the last mission, or I could have shut off her life support and she would have died, and that whole end thing would have been different. And like some of the side quests I seen pop up on there too, with like how some of that stuff got set up. So like I think it's hard to say if I would say that this game has like a lot of replay value. There are definitely different ways you could have it come together, and there was definitely stuff I missed. Like there was an entire companion I missed. And like depending on your skills, like that really changes your dialogue options. Like we talked our way out of a lot of situations I don't think we would normally be able to talk our way out of. But I don't know. I don't know what I would give the game. I'd give it maybe a 7. I would have liked to have seen more heavy weapons. Like there really was only one rocket launcher. That was it. I guess there was a rocket pistol technically.
I'm kind of thrilled to see you playing ball with Ruth Bazaar. They say the enemy of my enemy is worth exploiting for strategic leverage.
What happens if I go out to where I want to continue where I left off, just out of curiosity? Is there like a new game plus or not really? No, it's back to where we're on that ship. All right. I gotta get to sleep here in a minute anyway, but we'll talk for a minute. Let's see. Go back here. Get some music going. Yeah, I mean, I still think narratively it's good. I would like more depth to the characters. I think that was like they weren't flushed out the way that like a Final Fantasy game is, but like you can only really expect so much. But even if you compared it to like Mass Effect, like how the character interactions develop over time, like I think by the time you get through the story in like Mass Effect 2 or like Mass Effect 1, you have like a much more investment in these characters. Like the thing that, because you really only got like maybe 3 special quests for the characters, and it didn't really feel like it added much. It kind of felt like you were having to pick your party members based on who is going to get pissed off on the faction that you're fighting. Because like if you took Tristan and you're fighting Protectorate, they would get pissed off if you attacked them for no reason. Some of them didn't really care, but Asa, I think, comes into the story like pretty late. But I think Starfield kind of had like a similar problem where the NPCs would have a problem with certain things you would choose to do in dialogue, and a lot of times I just take the robot so I don't have to deal with that. But there definitely is stuff that I probably would have did differently. But I think the thing that most impactfully changed the ending was that speech check on the guy that was filling in for the Sovereign. That was a 20 speech check. Either that or you had to fight him. And I guarantee if we had to fight him, either we would have had to pilot the ship in to save the solar system, basically, or we would have had to send one of our companions in. But they don't show you like where any of those people end up afterward. There's no like post credits thing, kind of like what there is with Baldur's Gate 3. I still think Baldur's Gate 3 flushes out the character stories pretty well. Yeah. Well, I think so. Because you can't equip weapons on your companions. So like whatever weapons they come with, that's what they have. So like if you want somebody that is more ranged combat, then you pick based off of that. I do think the robot is like super OP because their abilities increase your survivability by a ton. Because like their primary ability gives you like an overshield, and that helps like an absolute ton. And I do think that the robot has a lot of funny quips, like as far as like comedic in like dialogue, the robot's got a lot more quips that are kind of funny, whereas like the other characters seem like they're more muted. It's more of like a serious tone. But I think overall it's good for what it is. Like I don't expect with like a new IP that it's like flushed out to the extent that you see with like Final Fantasy. I still haven't played Final Fantasy. I gotta finish the second part of Final Fantasy 7, and I gotta finish I don't think I've played 16 yet either. So we'll kind of see. The thing that is gonna be an opportunity when I am traveling is the bandwidth is so low, it's hard to play online games. So I'll probably... How does it compare to the first game? That's a good question. I think that it didn't feel like it was improvedly better. I would say that I think the weapon assortment was better. I think this one was longer by a long way. I think the areas were larger. I think it fails on the same things that a lot of games that are out this year have failed on, and that's that UE5 runs like crap on like pretty much everything. Like the UE5 games, I don't know why, like they come with all these fancy features, but like even the graphics cards that are out now, they will not run like nanite and like ray tracing like well. Like we were running with DLSS pretty much the whole time with frame generation, and it was still struggling to run decently well. And I'm running on a 5070 Ti. So I kind of feel like with UE5, we're kind of back in the generation of like what Crysis was when it came out, is these games are being released with this intention that they would run optimally on 2 graphics card generations down the road. So it's hard to say. I think there is going to be DLC for this game. Let me look it up. Because like I know there was like a season pass. And I think that's going to be another thing that kind of determines like replayability, is like what is coming with this seasonal content. But I'm not a big fan of like the DLC seasonal content because I just don't think there's enough drive for people to go back to games after they finish it. So like if you look at like Borderlands 4, that game fell off. Like everybody's kind of lost interest, gone on to the next thing. I guarantee if you looked at the numbers of like how many people went back to play the DLC for Starfield, it was probably like a fraction of the people that played the game because just nobody cared. Like I had no interest in going back and playing Starfield again after you finish it because the planets just had nothing there. Like if you had to get like a space game and you're like, hey, what's the best space game out there to play? I would definitely say it's No Man's Sky. Like as far as enough, I mean, No Man's Sky definitely doesn't have like a deep story there, but as far as like an explorative space game, I guess my only criticism of No Man's Sky is that there almost is too much universe. Like when you go out there, you run into no one like ever. Yeah, I mean, I would have liked to have seen like maybe another planet to come with DLC. I'm trying to get out to Steam to see if it shows like what their content pathway is for this game. So let's see, store page. So the premium edition. So there's story expansions. There's 2 story expansions announced. So I'm sure we'll get some content. I mean, I have more faith in Obsidian to do that stuff than some of the other companies that are out there. Yeah, I mean, for me, like, I've really gotten back into space games, like, but they're just not very fun to watch. Like, if I could get on and find a way to make Elite Dangerous fun to watch, then I would definitely be playing Elite Dangerous more, because it is, like, the universe size is good, but there's, like, a lot of travel. Doing, like, trading is not, like, super in-depth and, like, super rewarding, but it's definitely a lot of fun. And I think a lot of that comes from like I was like in the waiting room for Star Citizen, and then it was pretty much I gave up on that, and it's like I gotta find another space game to fill that gap because like this wasn't gonna happen. But I don't know, if anything, Outer Worlds 2 makes me kind of want to go back and play the Outer Worlds. I don't even know if I own it on Steam. I do. I'm trying to pull up a list of Outer Worlds companions so I can do like a comparison. Okay, so in Outer Worlds 1, there's Sam, Vicar, Max, Parvati, Nayoka, Felix, and Ellie. I didn't feel like any of them were particularly memorable. I think they had the same like problems with not getting characters. I mean, I guess part of that is baked in because I think maybe they leaned kind of hard on the characters being pissed off at what you're doing as like some sort of like character development, and like this is how you make them have weight. But it just felt like you could just exclude them from the party if it wasn't their quest, then it wasn't a problem. But Yeah, I mean, space is like the problem with space games is like it's not very fast paced, because I mean the space games I go back to quite often is, I mean, Elite Dangerous, when it started coming out with the ships that you could buy and they were basically ready to go, I got back into it then. But when they came out with the Panther Clipper, that was kind of when I got back into it. But when they came out with the Corsair update for No Man's Sky, that is really good. Like, as far as like content, No Man's Sky is pretty much I wouldn't put any AAA studio on a measuring stick with No Man's Sky. They've had like a better update schedule than like anything that would be considered reasonable. But there were some other space games. There was Jump Space came out. I didn't get a chance to play that one. A lot of it was because like I didn't realistically have like a PC that was somewhat portable. But now I've got this smaller. I've gotten my PC miniaturized to the point where I think I can do some more of that. I got to figure out the storage situation, because my graphics card that I got is so fat and so long that it covers all the SATA ports on this case. So even though I could have put like 2.5-inch SATA drives in it, I can't, because you can't even plug them into the board. Like, I could just barely get that graphics card in there. Because that graphics card is a 5070 Ti Asus Tough Edition OC. So it is a massive graphics card. And I think that was like the problem with this generation of graphics cards, is like if you went back and you looked at like the 2070 Supers, like they were dual fan design. They weren't like super huge. But like most of this generation, not minus like the NVIDIA built cards, which NVIDIA did not build any 5070 Ti's. So like the reason I went with the 5070 Ti as a streamer versus a 5070 is because the 5070 Ti has dual encoders. So for like streaming, it works out a lot better. Like there's not as much load on the encoders as what there would be on like a 5070. Yeah, I mean, if you look at what they consider small form factor ready, it's kind of a joke, because like some of these graphics cards are like over a foot long, and like, yeah, it's small form factor ready. Like, okay, apparently we have a different definition of what small form factor means. There was some of the like minis forum cases that were coming out that had like laptop chips in them, and they would take like a single slot card, or they had the Strix Halo chips that were coming out for desktop. But I'm kind of waiting to see what Zen 6 has. So when I built this PC that I have now, because I got a new processor, new motherboard, and all that, like I had a choice between AM4 and AM5, and there's such a huge price disparity between AM4 and AM5. Like I could not justify an additional like $700 for essentially 20% performance. I was like, I'll just wait. The only thing that was bad though is I didn't notice that this AM4 board in particular does not have any USB-C ports. It doesn't even have like the motherboard connection to make the USB-C port that is on the case functional. So that's not super great, but we'll kind of work around that. So like right now, my OS drive is 1 terabyte and my storage drive is 2 terabytes. And then every other bit of storage I would have would be external. Because on an X570, you could get 3 M.2 drives, and if you went full ATX, you could get like multiple, like up to 4 M.2 drives. But I think right now the problem is M.2 drives are insanely expensive. Like if you went to like It's not that unusual for like a M-ATX board that is somewhat decently old. Because like I wouldn't consider this computer I just built new. I would say it's new parts, but not new release parts. Because the prices were crazy. Because originally I was going to take my 5900X and just transfer it into this other computer, but I was like, well, let me look at what a 5950X is, because I was having issues where like the stream was dropping frames and I couldn't figure out why. But I think what was happening was that X570 board I had was not grounded properly, and I think that was what was causing a lot of the issues. Because we went from like the streams dying like multiple times per stream, and me thinking that it was my internet. What I think it was doing was it was building up a charge, and it was grounding through the LAN port, and it was wiping out the internet for like 30 seconds until the internet came back. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably, when they started rumoring the dual X3Ds, like, I was like, well, that maybe, but I think if I upgrade again, like if I spend that kind of money on a PC, I want to at least get like 3 to 5 years out of it. So I really think it would be, because if you're building, you're not ever going to be able to future-proof a PC, but games now are much more multi-threaded than what we had in years past. Because like the first system that I streamed on, this was like before we had hardware-based encoding. You had to do everything on the CPU. Because I had like a 3930K, and that was back when like games were, oh, you only need 2 cores for gaming. Because we were doing CPU encoding, and it was like back in the GTX 680 era, where like a GTX 680 was like top of the line, and it had 2 gigs of VRAM. But supposedly there might be some NVIDIA super cards coming out before too long, but I think they would probably get announced at CES in January, and I don't think we'd see them come out until like mid-year. But I think that the pushback they keep getting is that the cards don't include enough VRAM, which that was kind of the thing that pushed me to try to build a more compact PC. Was I had a laptop that I was using, but like 6 gigs of VRAM on a 4050 laptop, it was garbage. Like when I tried to do like a stream for No Man's Sky, like it looked horrible. It looked worse than a console. I was like, I'm not going to do that. Like, I want to be able to at least consistently put out content that's decent. But I did notice that, like, in OBS, I had some of my settings set, like, way, way, way too high. And I don't think there's any discernible difference in that you can notice. Because it'll do scaling based on, like, the resolution that you're recording at versus broadcasting at, and I was having it do like 36 passes or multiple passes at full resolution, and I only needed to do quarter resolution, so I was using 4 times the amount of resources that I actually needed to. So I changed some of those settings. It seemed like it helped a lot. Like this whole stream, we've only dropped 235 frames total, and that's not horrible. But I think I got to figure out what I'm going to play next. I do kind of want to get back more into Warframe, and there's definitely a lot of stuff going on in Warframe. The releases that came out like very recently. So we had, and I haven't bought any of these games yet because I have so many games to play through right now that there's just not a reason to buy it. It was Dragon Quest. I don't even know what's going to show up on the... Well, Arc Raiders is only $39. I'll have to look it up. because some of these games are 2D and they're not. Dragon Quest is a more niche. It's the Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD 2D remake. Oh, it's got mixed reviews? Why does it have mixed reviews? It just came out 2 days ago. Now it's got de novo. That's not great. Oh, they're saying it's bad. Some of them are saying it's bad UI. Some of them are saying it's bad pacing, and they changed the whole pacing of the game, and it's, I don't know. I don't know if we'll play that right away. Yeah, Dragon Quest, like, if there was like an RPG series that I would say like everybody sleeps on it and it's good, it's Dragon Quest. Like the whole like fantasy RPG genre, like that's my jam. Like the Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, like a lot of those types of RPGs, I get into those ones. The ones that they're good games, don't get me wrong. It's just some of the Persona games I could not get into. Just because the one mechanic I don't like in the Persona games is this finite timeline where the game progresses and it's going to end in a certain time, and you have this like schedule. I don't like that mechanic. Like, I get that it's like a staple of the series, but it just kind of felt like you had a finite, this game is going to take X number of time and that's it. Yeah, I mean, the one that got me into Dragon Quest like super heavy was Dragon Quest 11. Dragon Quest 11 was my first foray into Dragon Quest, and it was so good that I went back and tried to buy or import the rest of the Dragon Quest series, which a lot of those were like 3DS, or they were really old titles and they never came to console. So like seeing like Dragon Quest 3, 1 and 2 get remade, like I'm pretty happy with that. The one downside is like, obviously with these things being a remake, it looks like some of these things got changed that probably shouldn't have got changed, but we don't really have like a ton of control over that. I still have to finish Dragon Quest 3 yet. But the problem is, like, as far as like viewership, like 2D games do not have as much of like support as a lot of the other stuff that's out right now. Like if I fired up Dragon Quest 3 and played that, I probably would have like 1/10 the viewership of what if I fired up Arc Raiders and played it. But I see a lot of people playing Arc Raiders. I just don't know if I'm gonna play it yet. Like I do like the format that it is. The combat looks compelling. I do like the looter shooter genre in general, but between like, yeah, like the whole, there's a lot of retro games out there. It's just the 2D games they're a lot harder to watch because a lot of that stuff doesn't have voiced dialogue. So you're either reading like pages and pages and pages of text, or you're just trying to find a way to make it compelling. I mean, it kind of suffers from the same problem that the space games do, where there's not like an underlying narrative storyline that's being read off on occasion. So like some of the things I was trying to experiment with Elite Dangerous was like ED Copilot and like some of these AI assistants that will kind of make quips and do that kind of sort of stuff. But I never could get it set up correctly. But I I think right now my go-to is probably going to be Warframe, but because I think the next one that is on my radar, let me see what's on the release schedule for upcoming games. And that was kind of the other reason I built out a PC was some of these games that are coming out soon. Let's see. Store. New releases. And some of it is like what's coming to Game Pass. Like that might be determine some of what I play. I gotta re-log into it. Anyway, I'll figure this out later because it logged me out of my Xbox. And now it's sending me a code. Because there was like Atomfall, I want to say it was, that was another one that I wanted to play that I never got a chance to. There was Tankhead. There was an Epic exclusive that I wanted to try. God, this Microsoft is just being annoying with this. I just want to see the games that are out. I'm not gonna fuck with it. It's yeah. I think it was because like I redid everything up with the PC. It throws a fit when you change like CPUs out. That's one way I could have seen the games that were coming out. The other one is, let's see, we go down here. Popular upcoming. A lot of these are not even showing up. The Showa American Story is, well, actually most of my wish list I've got this stuff on here. So there's Solo Leveling Rise comes out November 24th. That's one of them. The Showa American Story just says Q4, so that could be anytime. I don't know when that'll be. There's a new Yakuza game, but that's coming out next year. That's coming out next year. I think remakes are going to be the thing that is like really popular in the next like year or two. Oh, Kingmakers, that was another one. That one has not got a formal release date yet. Yeah, I mean, Yakuza, the story is really good in Yakuza, but the thing that I struggle with in that game is some of the ports that came over from like the very early PlayStation days. They're kind of clunky. They have the same problem that the early Resident Evil games had, where your environments were limited by like you're trying to fit a game into a certain amount of video RAM that's available on a system that only has like maybe 128 megabytes of RAM. So like you get in where you're just running down a hallway essentially, Whereas like the more modern Yakuza games are more open world. Like I'd really like to pirate Yakuza. That was really good. And like most of the remakes or the prequels that have come out, those have been really good. Like I have not had a bad Yakuza game yet, but I've not played through the whole series yet. It would take me quite a while. There's some of these other ones that came out too, like the Wildgate came out way back in July. I never played that. There's the RuneScape survival craft game. I never played that. There was an Abiotic Factor I never played. There was that new Mafia game, that Mafia the Old Country, but I heard that got bad reviews. Well, no, it says mostly positive. Mafia the Old Country. I heard that like the reviews were kind of mixed because it was like very much on rails. And it kind of had the same optimization problems that we had before. I mean, that's the most frustrating thing is you'll go to a game and you'll look at the system requirements on the game and you'll be like, okay, my PC checks out, and then you'll go and you'll run it, and that is not the way that it runs. Not even close. Oh, there's also like Judgment, Lost Judgment I gotta play. Like I have like 2,000 games in my backlog. Is this some of these more narrative games are harder to get through? Because I like to, like during the week, I like to do games that are something I can split into like a 2-hour, 3-hour session and still be okay. Like I think the one that's really good for that is Warframe, because I can do it in smaller chunks than when I do like a narrative heavy game, I like to do those in like a longer, like preferably like 4 to 8 hours. Otherwise, it would just take me forever to get through a 100-hour game. Because one of them that is very soon going to be on my radar to play through is the remaster of Mass Effect 2. Because I've already played the remaster of Mass Effect 1. So I've got a few things like in progress that I still need to go back and finish. But I don't know, I'm kind of hoping that it kind of sounded like BioWare was not doing super hot on like any of these games that were potentially in development, but a lot of these studios are not the way that they were way back in the day. Because I would have liked to have seen like a remaster of the what the hell was the name of that? Dragon Age Origins. I just don't trust them to do it anymore. Because those are old games, but narratively they were solid. Yeah, I mean, Mass Effect 1 was kind of rough. Like, they definitely improved the ground combat in it. But a lot of people don't like the Mako. It's like their rover vehicle. It's not super great. That was like the hardest thing to get over in that game. But I think the highlight of the series, and a lot of people would agree, that it's Mass Effect 2. Mass Effect 2 probably has the most solid narrative out of all of them. Mass Effect 3 is like the most contentious one, where some people like it, some people don't. But the one that everybody's kind of united that they thought it was garbage was Andromeda. I don't think they patched it, but not enough to make it decent. I think the problem you run into when you start having like customizable or selectable characters and you have to like rewrite a lot of dialogue for them is like you start having to... You're making the puddle wider, so it has to become more shallow. Yeah, Dragon Age Origins is probably one of my games that got me into BioWare games in general. Like I still remember playing that game like way, way, way back when it came out. When did it come out? It came out... It's not really going to say because 2010? I don't think it came out in 2010. But that was essentially 15, 16 years ago now. Yeah, I think a lot of games suffer from that. Like, there's a certain amount of budget, there's a certain amount of development time that they allow, and I would rather just see them focus on, I don't know. In the game development, sometimes it seems like they build the game first and then build the story afterwards. But I think especially with these UE5 games, it seems like you're getting a lot of graphical fidelity, but not a lot of investment in the writing. But if you look at the entire entertainment industry across the entire board, like, writing is definitely something that has fallen off in the last like 10, 15 years. Like, if you look at like Avowed or a lot of like Immortals of, I don't even remember the name of that game. They were really narratively weak. But yeah, I'll have to figure out what I'm gonna play next. I know if I play Mass Effect 2, I know I'll like Mass Effect 2 because it's a game I've played before. Yeah, and it kind of makes me a little bit nervous for like the future of a lot of this stuff, because I think the only thing that's going to prevent them from not leaning into AI writing and like dynamic dialogue for NPCs is, how do you ESRB rate interactions with an AI that you don't know the content of what it's going to spit out? Because I think if it wasn't for that, I think we would already see that crap. And like, if you've ever seen it, like it starts getting very cookie cutter, and you can tell when dialogue is just being spit out by AI. It becomes very noticeable because it follows like the same sort of patterns. It uses like the same sort of words. It uses the same sort of like cadences and like abbreviations, and like it gets very, very samey. I mean, there's some applications where it can be interesting. Like, there was that game called like AI2U where it was like an escape room type game. I thought that was an interesting concept, but it's kind of one of those things, like, until we see, I think right now where the industry is at, like, indie is carrying the entire industry, because there was that Escape from Duckov, and it seems like that's super popular right now. And I have not even looked to see. It's only a $20 game. Yeah, like these $10, $20 games that are like taking over everybody's time, like that's a huge thing. Because like the Escape from Duckov, Mega Bonk, like Vampire Survivors, Schedule 1, like a lot of these indie games, like a lot of people are playing that kind of stuff. I don't really get into the friend slop games, like a lot of like the repo and that sort of thing. But there's a lot of that sort of stuff out there. Stumbling over my words a little bit. Yeah, I think I bought Peak. Like pretty much as a streamer, any of these games that I know are potentially like collab things, I just buy them because I have them. The problem you run into is not a lot of people want to collab on these games that I would actually consider games. Because like to me, I would rather play like Warframe or like Halo Campaign or Alien Fireteam Elite or Space Marine 2, like stuff like that. I like the more in-depth, gritty shooter, cooperative kind of things. Well, it's kind of like it's a weird thing in a collab environment when you start getting put into a game where the basis of the game is either to lie or subvert other people, like the Among Us, that sort of thing. I think it drives contention among people that don't know each other. So like you throw a bunch of people into a room and they're playing a game like that, you just end up with people having these interpersonal dramas. I don't like getting involved in that. So I kind of avoid those games when I can. But that's just my personal opinion. It's kind of like the whole Monopoly game thing where like everybody's like, oh, everybody thinks it's a great idea to play Monopoly until you actually go and play Monopoly. But even like the zombie games, like there was like, I mean, Left 4 Dead is a really good one. Was it Back 4 Blood, I think was the other one? Back 4 Blood kind of just fell off. Yeah, I mean, you don't see me doing a ton of collab stuff anymore. It's not really by choice, but it's more just because my schedules do not line up with anybody else. I can put out content when I can. Oh, there was that other game like Backseat Drivers. I thought that was a funny one. It was like, so the premise is it's a multiplayer game. One person is driving, one person is steering, or one person is driving from the front seat, one person is in the back seat and they can see. So you're giving verbal instructions to the person that's driving to drive the car. Which I thought that was kind of funny. Yeah, I mean, Left 4 Dead, I mean, Valve makes very good games. They don't make a lot of games, but the ones that they come out with are very good. I think the problem that Valve ran into is the expectations grow so high that how do you make a game that keeps up with those expectations? I think that some of the other studios run into that problem as well, but the turnover in the game industry is just horrible. Yeah, so there's that Backseat Drivers one, there's that RV one that came out. RV There Yet? That's only like an $8 game. That was like a multiplayer. And then obviously there's Peak. A lot of like these social games. The one I probably will get back into, and it's not a social game at all. It's a survival crafting game. Is Once Human, because they had that Pal World Island update, but I kind of missed the boat on that because it's set up as a server, so I probably should have got in on it a few days back, but I just don't know. Like, let me look on Twitch right now. Like, how many people are even in that category? So, Once Human. It's only got 1.7k viewers. And that is mainly spread across about 4 channels. Like, everybody else is, yeah. I mean, it's a good game. I just thought the monetization on it was trash. Yeah, I mean, the things that I liked about Once Human was you could coordinate a group of people in like a community environment to like set up bases and like build communities. We met a lot of like random people that we would, just kind of game with. I liked it. I did kind of like the mechanics of like the deviations and like having a little bit of survival horror mechanic, but it wasn't like a dark survival horror. It was more of a, I don't know, it just had that kind of Korean tint to everything. My criticisms of the game would be, yes, it was very heavy on the very girly cosmetics. And that was like a criticism that a lot of people levied to the game, that they needed darker cosmetics and more like, if this is supposed to be like a Lovecraftian horror, that they should have had more of dark type of cosmetics, but they never really, I think they maybe put out 2 packs that had that sort of stuff in it, but that was it. So like people were wanting to build like haunted houses or like have these really dark outfits, and they just couldn't do it because most of the stuff was like very foo-foo girly kind of stuff. So I'd stop really just playing the game in general. Yeah, I mean it's a decent game. I think the 2 downfalls of that game were the seasonal nature of the game divided the player base, and every time there was a server transition from like one server to the next server, the people that you knew might not end up on the same server as you, so you end up with this like bisection of the community over and over and over again until the point where there's basically nothing left. And I think that killed a lot of the drive for people to play the game. Like, if it was, they tried to implement a lot of tools that would allow you to group up with other people, but I would have to see like what their total, let me look it up. I don't know if it's on SteamDB or not. So right now, show me the player numbers. I mean, there's 22,000 people in game right now. That's still a pretty healthy community. I mean, it definitely runs better than Ark does. I mean, it's kind of sad what happened with Ark 2. I don't know whatever happened with that, but yeah, I mean, they did come out with permanent servers. I think the easiest thing about getting into that game was it was free to play. Like, if you could go in with $0 and still have like maybe 80-90% of the experience and not have like any sort of hindrance to playing the game. Whereas like if you look at 7 Days to Die, any of these other games that you would try to group up with other people, like if you wanted to have like a persistent community, you would have to rent a server. So like Minecraft is that way, Ark is that way. there were a few other ones that were that way. I mean, I think they started doing private servers for Once Human, but I have not looked into seeing like what the price on any of that would be. I don't think it would be, honestly, it wouldn't make sense. Like, why would you? I don't think any of the communities are that size anymore. Hitting with ad. I gotta figure out, like, on Twitch, if it's better to run a 3-minute ad every hour, or if it's better to do a 1:30 ad every 30 minutes. Because like right now I have it do 1:30 because I think 3 minutes is just too long. But I don't have a choice on Twitch. It kind of just auto schedules it. Yeah, I mean, there's certain genres that seem like they just don't get a lot of love. Like the survival crafting genre. I mean, that's like a survival crafting MMO almost. But I think the thing that kind of turned me off to traditional MMOs was like the amount of time investment. So like I used to play World of Warcraft. I had like years into World of Warcraft, and then I stopped playing that. I played Final Fantasy XIV for a little bit. I thought that was good. Yeah, I mean, so like the way ads work on Twitch is either if I manually run an ad, it will not do an ad, so I can control when the ad runs. But if I don't run an ad and it auto schedules an ad, it'll just play it whenever. It'll give me a warning, like a 10-minute countdown, and I can snooze it to an extent, but not... I run the absolute minimum I can run to keep pre-roll off. Because like the worst thing, the worst experience on Twitch in general is pre-roll ads. Like the number one thing that will make somebody click off of a channel is... You've never seen a channel before, you've never seen content before, you click on that channel and there's an ad. Like 100%. I'll keep that garbage out of here. So I try to avoid it, but it's always kind of been that way. Where pre-roll was just horrible. But I definitely recommend, like, if you subscribe to more than like 2 or 3 people, just get Twitch Turbo. Twitch Turbo is by far and away worth it, but it has more features for me as a streamer than what it has for a viewer, I think. Because what I gain by having Twitch Turbo is I get 60 days on my VODs instead of, I think it's like 15. So like if you have Twitch Turbo, you get the partner length that they keep their VODs for. And I think you get some other perks too, but I definitely like having it. More so than like some of these other services. Alright, well, I guess I gotta start packing for my trip here. So I gotta drive, so in the morning I have to drive about 6 hours. Yeah, and I do that too. It's just there's not, at the end of the day, there's not infinite money. Like I'm probably subscribed to maybe like 7 to 10 people at any given time. And I'll still like gift subs out in channels and gift bits and whatnot, but when you start getting on a platform and you're like, okay, I'm spending like $80 a month on just subscriptions, like you got to start making some decisions, because there's not infinite money. I mean, maybe some people can do that, but not I. At least not anytime soon. Yeah, because I think just to broadcast to multiple platforms, it costs me $50 a month. So I pay $50 a month to do Restream, and that's how I'm doing that. Because the way I was originally doing it is I was only broadcasting to YouTube and Twitch, and I was just putting out 2 streams. Yeah, I gotta start saving for if there's a trip next year. But I don't know. I think if they do TwitchCon, I might not do TwitchCon. Or if I don't want to fly to California. I'm not gonna lie. It's just a long ass flight. Like, and to be honest, like, there really ain't shit to do at TwitchCon. Like, it was fun to see everybody from the community there at TwitchCon, but I would rather set something up somewhere else and have more to do than what there was to do at TwitchCon. Because TwitchCon almost feels like it's very much geared towards streamers, not so much towards viewers. And I think that dynamic has to change, because there's always going to be a larger number of viewers than what there are streamers. Is my alarm going off? Yeah, the problem, like, so what, we don't know exactly what or when yet. Like, I kind of know, like, we're putting dots on the page, but nothing concrete enough to draw lines between anything yet, because we don't know an exact time of year, we don't know exact location, we don't know any of the logistics. I just know that it's probably going to be more expensive than TwitchCon. Because, like, TwitchCon, I think for me, it was maybe about $600 for the flight, $700 for the accommodation, maybe. It was probably, like, close to $2,000. Like, I don't think I spent as much on food as what I was planning on. But, like, between Disney, the Iron Mouse concert, TwitchCon, in the flights and parking and a lot of that other stuff, like, yeah. Well, I think the one that, like, sticks out that would most likely be the most appropriate for the VTuber community would be Off-Kai. But Off-Kai is a lot smaller venue. There's not as much to do there. Like, if it was going to be, like, rolled into something else, like, it's still the same problem that a lot of that crap is out in California. And it's, like, a good, solid 4-hour flight for me to California. And it's, like, a 4-hour time difference, 3-hour time difference. And that sucks. And, like, the only direct flights I can get out there are driving 3 hours to the airport to do it. Versus, like, Orlando, I can get a direct flight, and it's only like maybe a 2.5-hour flight. Yeah, I mean, I probably should have got more art and stuff like that. There's people there, like, commissioning stuff that I could have got some of that, but I did not plan very well for the packing on that. I packed way overpacked as far as, like, because I had brought stream equipment thinking I was going to stream, and that just wasn't realistic. Next year, whatever trip I do, I'm just going to plan on not streaming any of that time. Like, I could probably, like, local record audio maybe, but I'm not going to try to pack, like, laptops and microphones and mic arms and all this lighting equipment and all this other stuff. It was just, it's a pain. That's the one advantage that IRL streamers have, is you just go on the Twitch app, hit go live, and there you go. Like, it's not super complicated, but it's a little bit more complicated for VTubing. I mean, there is some applications for iPhone that could probably do it, but yeah, I mean, the other thing was, like, they went for a week, and it almost felt like we had too much packed into the week, because there was days that we just ended up not wanting to do anything because we were doing stuff every single day. Which, I mean, hindsight's 2020. I don't know if I would go to a concert like we did again. Like, maybe I would do a pay-per-view, but I don't think I'd go to the venue specifically. But I know if there's no way I'm going to do 2 events next year. I'll put it that way. Like, if 2 events come up, I'm going to pick one and I'll do that. But I'm not doing 2. There ain't no way. Because, like, my budget for that would, like, maybe be $2,500 to $3,000 at most. So it just kind of depends. Like, I have something in mind that I want to do, but it's kind of like I got to see who else is on board. Yeah. Yeah, because that trip is the first trip I think I've took in like years. Yeah, I think everybody would pretty much have the same consensus that if we could pick a better venue that had more stuff to do for everybody, it would probably be better. Like, I think Disney worked out great. Like, there was a ton to do at Disney. But TwitchCon, it was like if you got there right when TwitchCon opened, not a ton to do throughout the day. I mean, there's definitely more I could have done. Like, I didn't do any of the escape room stuff. I didn't. Artist Alley. So my one criticism of Artist Alley is nothing against any of the artists that were there or anything like that. It's just, as far as like anime aesthetic, obviously I'm not into as much of the cutesy stuff. And a lot of that was very much cutesy moe kind of stuff. Like, there's like maybe 2 or 3 booths that had stuff that I would actually buy. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like one of those, like, hey, how do I reduce the cost of this trip? And like, I could just go down for TwitchCon itself. I did have fun at Block Party. Block Party was fun. But it was more of a food tour than anything else. But I just don't think the way that like the meet and greets were handled this year, I don't think I would even bother next year, because I wish there was a better way to guarantee at least one. Because it was kind of scummy that they were like, okay, it's going to be a lottery system and you can put in and we'll tell you like the week of TwitchCon if you get it or not. Because like those can be the difference between like, hey, I'm going to make a flight out there, or I'm just going to watch these announcements on Twitter. Because like most of the announcements there, you got the highlights of it in social media. It was not like anybody had to be there personally. Yeah, I mean, that was like, so the thing I read through the FAQ on a lot of that, because it didn't work the way, I don't think they made it very clear how that stuff worked. So the way that it worked in years past was, it was first come, first serve. They opened at a certain time and then they filled up until there was no more room left, and that was it. So like, I got on there, it's like I stayed up that day as soon as it opened, put in what I wanted, and it didn't matter. Like somebody that put in the day before that deadline had just as much chance of getting it as what I did. And I thought that was kind of ass. That's just my opinion. Because at least if it was first come, first serve, like if you wanted that slot, you could make it happen if you were really determined. But that way, it was just kind of roll the dice. So I think the worst thing about it, and maybe if they did it the way that they did it, it would be okay. If they were like, you have a first choice, you have a second choice, you have a third choice, like maybe if you got denied on one, it would increase your chances of your second choice. And if you got denied your second choice, it would increase your chances of your third choice. But having it where you could just roll nope on everything, that kind of sucked. That was not ideal. Well, I think now, like with the issues that they had this year, they're going to have a lot bigger problems, even just getting people to show up to do that sort of stuff. But we'll see. Yeah, because I think there was like a lot of people that just pre-announced that they weren't going for the next year. I mean, like they've kind of had a history of like saying, "Oh, we'll do better next time," and it just not really changing anything. But we'll see. I mean, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, but at the end of the day, they have not had a history of improving these things drastically. Yeah, I mean, my criticisms are, I understand people want to IRL stream at the event, but I would have rather had if you're an IRL content creator and you want to stream the event, then say something ahead of time. We'll give you like either a badge that notates that or like a lanyard that notates that. So if people see you, they know that you could potentially be recording. Like it was just like there was way too much IRL recording there, which I don't know. It just gave the whole venue this very narcissistic feeling, this narcissistic aura to it, and I don't know how to explain it. It just kind of felt like it just felt kind of gross. Like it was, I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to yuck their yum, but I don't know. I'm not super into that. Yeah, I mean, some of the community meetups were good. It's just a lot of the community meetups, I was more hindered by my social ineptitude than anything else. Like I really don't interact with people a lot on a peer-to-peer level, probably as much as I should. And that's definitely something I need more practice with. But I think even just streaming in general, I think I've gotten better over the last like couple of years, just doing like kind of these just chatting sections of streams. I don't usually like to go into just chatting and do like a whole just chatting stream. I think I've done that one time. Well, I was more with the stuff that I had like seen going on like Twitter and all that. I kind of was more concerned for everybody's safety than anything else. Like I didn't so much care about what I was doing. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't run into any problems. which I was very happy that we did not have any major issues. But it was kind of one of those things, like, I didn't know, because I was kind of scaling things based on how the community sizes have changed. So I didn't know what kind of statistical probabilities we were fighting against. So you never know what you're walking into. But I still had fun. It was kind of one of those, there was things that I learned in hindsight that I would improve it for next time. But we'll kind of see. I guess what it depends is, like, A, what is the time frame that they have it in next year? B, who's for sure going to go to that sort of stuff? And, like, C, what kind of lodging is being secured and what's the price on it, and like that kind of stuff. Because I'm gonna put a dollar amount on what I'm gonna allow myself to spend, and then from there I'll just figure it out. But I kind of have an idea of what time frame I would want, because it would either be, I know TwitchCon is gonna probably be in October. They won't push it into September. Yeah, I think if we were setting up something custom, I would imagine it would either be more towards Halloween, or it would be after Halloween, more towards November-ish. I don't know. That's just spitballing. Yeah, I gotta pay down some of my bad debt. Like, I was very bad with my credit cards this year. I gotta get that locked down. Like getting PC parts, motherboards, all this kind of stuff, and yeah, it was bad. Well, that, and I think, so the thing I've kind of gotten out of the habit of, and it's something I would push a lot of people to not do anymore, is don't go out and buy every new release game, especially if it's a single player game. Like, if you have other games to play and you don't have the pressure where you need to play it right when it comes out, like if you don't stream it, just wishlist it, wait for it to go on sale. We already seen Borderlands 4 had a sale. We already seen Expedition 33 have a sale. Although I will say, if you have not played Expedition 33, 100%, probably one of my favorite RPGs of all time. Like, that is a very, very good one. Yeah, because I think there's a strike while the iron's hot mentality with streaming, and that's kind of how it is in general. Like, I think, so where I kind of missed the boat was, like, with the Outer Worlds 2, I got the early access, but there was like a few days of that 5-day early access that I couldn't stream, where if I could have finished the game in the original 5-day early access, it would have 100% been worth it. But if you can't finish it in that time and it's on Game Pass, then 100% go Game Pass. Like, Game Pass, I don't know how that's going to work out with, like, the price increases on Game Pass. I think it makes sense if you play more than, like, 2 or 3 games on Game Pass per year. But with it being, like, I want to say, like, PC is somewhere like 25, 26 bucks, something like that. I'm just going to keep snoozing this ad for right now. Well, Expedition 33, I think, is on Game Pass, I think. But it definitely is worth playing. I mean, my one regret with Expedition 33 is I went through it way too quick. Like, it had way more hidden content in it than I realized, and there was like bosses in it that I never got a chance to fight. Like secret end bosses that I never saw. And like the story is like really compelling. Like it had like a weird, I guess the thing that made it kind of interesting was it wasn't like a lot of the RPG tropes that are out there. It followed a very different path. Yeah, I gotta start packing because I gotta leave by 10 a.m. I think. So I gotta start getting ready. But I do appreciate everybody stopping out for the stream as always. I don't know what we'll be playing next time. More than likely going to be Warframe. I still need to try out the new Warframe. I forget the name of it. It was the mushroom guy. I actually did like that one. Yeah, Expedition 33. I highly recommend Expedition 33. I've been trying to get some of my streamer friends that have not played it yet to play it, but it's very hard to get through some games unless you can devote a lot of time to it. Yeah, Warframe is one of those games that like I step away from it every now and again, but I always go back to it and I always jump in. I'm like, wow, I really like the gameplay of this game. And I never step away and come back and feel like I am sick of the game. Like the gameplay loop is very satisfying. Like just the fluidity of the movement, the move sets. There's enough warframes that you can kind of pick your abilities. I seen like the dev stream that they had. I want to say it was today with some of the new warframes that are coming out. That's going to have a content update in, I want to say it's in November or December. There's going to be another big content update coming out for it. So like there's a ton of stuff to do. I wasn't super impressed by the Halloween event, but that's understandable. It wasn't like a huge event, but anyway, before I ramble for too long, I do appreciate everybody stopping out for the stream as always. And I am going to get some sleep and pack, and I am going to try to stream. I will try to stream Sunday night as long as I have enough bandwidth to do it. That is going to be the kicker. If I don't have the bandwidth, I might local record and do a let's play, but so far the plan is to stream Sunday night. So thank you for the support as always, and I will see you next time.